Right. What is up, Twitch peeps? And what is up, YouTube peeps? Welcome, everybody. It is time to get back on this. Did the tower go boom? Nope. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I was a little bit worried there for a second. Would have been very sad had our tower gone kaput. Hey, what's up, Bozo? Dang. Feel like it's been a while since I've seen that name. You've been here before, yeah? Oh, we're at 100%. We're in a bad way. It sucks. What do we got going on? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, we definitely can't do it right now. Bozo Desic. How are you on this fine morning? Oop. Nice. Aloe veras. We actually got 2 deviated aloe veras, which will probably mean that I'll get 4. I didn't look at the first one to see how many I pulled from it, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get 2 each. So that's 4 shattered breads right there, which is pretty cool. One of them gave me 1, and one of them gave me 2. Nice. Time to replant these bad boys. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her, all hands to the side, harpooned and fought her. Then she dived down low. Gotta love me a good sea shanty. Let's go over here. See what people have put in here for the tower and for the hive. Okay. Take some of this stuff. Oh, actually, this can't go in there. Take some of this stuff out. Let's go put it in the... Hey, Kaylee! Been a while. Could you break down the thermal tower and what my hive and I will need? Have an idea about what it does and how to set the bases up. We start phase 2 tomorrow, so I just want to prep for it. Yeah. Sure thing, Kaylee. So the way the thermal tower works is when you first put it down, you'll need to get the resources and put them in your inventory, because you're going to want to put the thermal tower down first before you actually move your bases. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen you in the chat a couple of times before. Just once or twice. I appreciate that you're watching. I love my lurkers just as much as I love my chatters. Because y'all help me move up in the rankings so that more people see my content, and I really appreciate that. So when we go in here, the first thing you're going to see is this is your technology tree. These are all the different things that you can do to affect the area around. You can get oil deposits, you can get pollution, you can get plants to grow in your little area, you can get animals to grow in your area, you can get deviants that will spawn that will fight on your side to defend your base. There's just tons and tons and tons of different options in here. And they all require, when you click on them, they all require different stuff. Some of them require fertilizers, like this one here requires a bunch of different fertilizers. Most of them require some amount of chaosium, but they've got tons and tons of different requirements for pretty much all the different resources that you can get. So, you know, your hive is going to have to be doing quite a bit of farming to make sure that they can get all of these that they want to get. One of the most important things is to get up here to reactor first, because this is how you're going to increase the size of your tower. And I'll kind of show you that right now. So the next thing you're going to look at is you're going to look at your management page. Now this allows you to give people settings or access, right? These are all the people who have access to my thermal tower. Most of them have access to both the administrative permissions and the storage permissions. This Hella Hellcat is the only person who's just kind of a random solo that we invited to come attach. So they don't have administrative permissions, but they do have storage permissions. So that's where you're going to do all that from. You can go to your operation log and you can see what all has been activated and by whom. TPG has been doing most of our work, just keeping an eye on what we need and going ahead and turning on all of our different buffs and stuff. And then we have a recruitment message here that you can send out. Whoops. That lets people know that you're looking for people to come join your tower. Now, you can also change the name of your tower, and you can add a little blurb about your tower right here so that people can see that. Down here, you've got your thermal stat. So your tower has the ability, straight off the bat, to raise the temperature or lower the temperature by 30 degrees in its area of control, which normally starts off, your tier 1 thermal range starts off as this little square in here, and it covers a 3x3 area, and it takes up the central slot. So 8 bases can be placed around it, and those 8 bases will get covered by whatever these technologies do, right? That's its area. So if you get the polluted one, then any base within a 3x3 square will get polluted in it. Now, you don't actually take any pollution damage or anything like that. It's a very minor pollution, but your pollution generators, your deviant generators, and your water pumps will pull up stuff and activate as if they were in a polluted zone. So that's what that is. Now, when you get to tier 2, you'll see that I have 24 bases potential here. And that's because we have a 5x5 square that becomes acceptable. And so the center base again is taken up. So a 5x5 square is 25 base spots, but the thermal tower takes up a whole base spot in the middle. So this is why it's important to place your thermal tower first, is because then you're going to be snapping, right? You can snap 2 in every direction to the base of the thermal tower, and that will ultimately bring everything inside. Now, there is a double cost multiplier, so if you're using these heat or cold bonuses, it costs twice as much chaosium per minute when you have the double-sized area. Yeah, and this kind of just tells you, you know, how much chaos you're spending per minute, how much chaosium do you have left. So if it's spending 10 per minute and you only have 10, it'll tell you that you only have a minute left before you run out of whatever your buffs are. And so that just keeps track of that. Then you have your durability down here, which is just how much health this tower has. So when you do your purifications, then things will come and attack, and if they attack the tower, it'll tell you what the durability is, and of course you'll be able to repair it. And then chaosium waste. So every time you do one of these upgrades, or if you change the temperature in the area of control here, then you're burning chaosium, and that creates chaosium waste. And the enemies, the deviants and the vultures, are attracted to that chaos waste. And so when you hit purify, it's going to summon a bunch of either deviants or vultures to come attack your tower. And based on how much percentage you have when you click the purify button, that will get more and more and more difficult. All the way up to where when it's at 100%, you actually have a chance to spawn a Chaos Weaver to attack your base, which could potentially just nuke your entire civilization. So, yeah. And then you have your depot, which is just where everybody in your hive can go to drop off resources. You'll see my hive, it's got a 64 slot box here. And you'll see that it can actually hold a lot more resources than maybe you thought in the past, because like, for example, instead of 1,000 Stardust ore, I have 10,000 Stardust ore here. We have 2,000 gold. We have 5,000 silver. So it doesn't just necessarily stack in a 1,000, right? We have 1,200 copper ingots. So it doesn't necessarily just stack in the 1,000 that it normally would in your box. For some reason, Stintered Brick does. It might be because you just don't need Stintered Brick for this, and we just have it in here for no reason. But you can have 10,000 logs, and then you only get one stack of each thing in here, so you can't make multiple stacks. But yeah, your hive can just kind of come together and start chucking a mess ton of crap in here. And that way, whatever you need, you'll have available. And you can do all of these different technologies and build all this up. And you just kind of pick and choose. Some of these take as long as 12 hours, right? This is a 12-hour buff. Also, it appears that the more bonuses you add, the more expensive the bonuses get. So I would find bonuses that you want to get that maybe have really expensive materials like gold, and do those first, so that you don't end up paying like 10,000 gold in the future to try and get a bonus. Regular player preference. Sure, thanks. I like free Starcrums. And Halloween Parade. Okay, well, I'll read that later. But yeah, and then when you go to actually build your bases, you're going to snap them to the base, just like we did here. And you'll see we have a really tight grid. And everybody's set up. So that's 2 out there. Hey, what's up, Saros? How are you today? So that's 2 at an angle. That's 1, 2 that way. That's 1, 2 that way. We got 2 that way. So we've got a big old 5x5 grid. We don't actually have our complete grid filled up yet. We're missing these 3 slots over here need people. And then these 3 slots over here actually got cut off. So nobody is there. And nobody can be there because there's a road in the way. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to have a ton of people over here. I mean, we have like 18 bases attached to this thermal tower. And they don't necessarily have to all be people from your hive. So if you have a small hive that's, you know, maybe only 5 or 6 folks, throw down your thermal tower, get all your bases right up on the inner ring here, so that you all can be like the last line of defense, so you can build up your defenses and make sure that the tower isn't going to go down. And then go start inviting solos from your area to come and join in and give them, you can give them storage permissions. There's actually a storage log, so we can see if we had a solo who was over here, who wasn't participating, or who was maybe taking a bunch of stuff out, right? We can see our log. So we see that all these people are putting stuff in, taking stuff out. It's almost all deposits. But this is also kind of a way for us to share resources. So we just put stuff in here. If anybody needs it, they just take out whatever they need. But if for some reason you had a solo who was just like removing all of your resources, then you could see that. And then you could go ahead and kick them out of the permissions. You can't forcibly move their base, but you can remove them. Yeah, it is so cool, Kaylee. It's probably one of the coolest community building resources any game has ever made, because, you know, there's tons of people who play solo and stuff out there, or who maybe don't get to play a lot, who would have the ability and the chance to come and join a random tower like this, and then get to participate in a lot of really cool end game activities that maybe they weren't going to get to participate in before. So absolutely, like, go out of your way to go find some solos or some other small hives and invite them over to your tower and build a super cool big tower like this. because it's so cool to see all of these different construction styles, right, and all these different aesthetics all mashed together like this. I mean, it's just so much fun. So find yourself a nice big spot. Or if you don't want to find a big spot, there are some really cool spots. Like maybe you can find a way to get things to snap together on the side of the volcano here. And then you could have some really cool elevation to play with because you can put zip lines between bases and all kinds of stuff like that. So if you did that, then you can have, you know, like some really cool base stuff where you got to put zip lines between all kinds of bases and move through some elevation, and there's just so much that can be done with this build system when you start putting bases together now. So definitely look into it. Great, I had to completely delete a client's bank reconciliations because they were totally screwed, going to take me hours to fix. I don't know what a bank reconciliation is. Saros. I've never heard that term in my entire life. Once I saw the build you guys got going, it inspired me. I'm so excited. Well, I'm glad, Kaylee. I'm really glad. Hope, you know, we have a Discord, so when you get your thermal tower up and you and your hive start getting things built and growing your little area around your thermal tower, you should take some pictures or some video or something and dump it in the Discord, because I'm sure we'd all love to see it. But yeah, I don't math, Sorrows. I don't math. Bookkeeping can suck an egg. Friggin' hate math. But yeah, it's a really cool little system. I'm very excited about it. We've gotten all of our planting done. We actually need to go ahead and teleport over to the cave here. Yeah, of course. Of course, Kaylee. Thank you. That was a really good question. Really good question. Somebody left their Digby boy. Had you all noticed that they seem to all run to the same place every time? And they run away? I feel like I've noticed that. So when we activate the tower, mobs will spawn, like when we do the purification, right? Still a little hazy on that. Yes, that is exactly what will happen, but it will be many, many more, and they will be much, much more powerful. And potentially, one of the big, like, Prime War style enemies, the Chaos Weavers, potentially one of those will spawn when we do that. And then we have to, you know, defend it for like 15 minutes or something like that. Having a Chaos Weaver spawn, though, could get real hectic. I don't actually know if we'll survive that if it happens. Don't teleport away from me. Ooh, look at y'all. You get me over here. You're dead. The range on those ice crystal explosions are so freaking huge. I love it. They wreck everything. So I started looking into last night, trying to get some stuff set up so that we could have like some text-to-speech stuff and maybe some animations that we could trigger. It's a little more difficult to set up for the YouTube channel, but it seems fairly easy to set that stuff up for Twitch. So I'm going to be trying to set some things up like an animation with like a pre-recorded thing that y'all can trigger, like remind me to repair my motorcycle or to eat or to drink, or stuff like that that I'm just constantly forgetting, instead of just typing it in the chat and me potentially missing it. I'm just trying to up the interactivity, the stream a little bit. It's not the most streamlined, simple thing to do in the world, and trying to make the animations for it is a little rough for me because I'm not, as you all can see, the most artistic person in the entire world. Just based on, you know, what my builds and stuff look like in the game. I'm very much utilitarian and not really all that artistic with my aesthetic. And so we will see if I can get something cool going with some of that. I think it'd be cool to take my survival hermit character and then get like a desiccated image of my survival hermit character, and then maybe have an animation that sort of fades from the full image to the desiccated image for the need food thing, and then have some sort of words that go with it, like that Oliver Twist line, "Please sir, may I have some more?" Or maybe adding that into it for the "Hey dum dum, you need to eat" animation. And yeah, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what we got. But hopefully that'll be something I can get added over the course of the next week or so. We will see. It likely will end up being more effort than I originally thought, so it'll probably end up taking me longer than I expect. I am working on it. Gotta start improving the overall feel of the stream. We've been pretty stagnant for a while now. So it's time to start making some changes, and making things better. I'm very excited about it. I especially like the idea of need an ammunition. I almost always have ammo. What are you talking about? I almost always have ammo. This guy sucks. Stop hurting me. Need an animation for my freaking deviation. That's what I need. People to be able to remind me that I haven't used my deviation yet. It shitted on, nerd. No? Really like the way this cave is structured. So impressed with the points of interest this season compared to last season. So impressed. Got an electric screwdriver. Yo, what's up, Ninja? How are you today? How is life, the universe, and everything? Good. Glad to hear it. What is your once humaning going? No? Do you not play Once Human? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Oh yeah, this is great. We shoot down on top of this dude's head. What's up, Shade? Wrecked. Trying new weapon. It's fun. Oh, nice. Yeah, I love the new weapons. I'm enjoying the crap out of them. They're easily some of the best weapons in the game. Maybe not like the most powerful weapons in the game, but they're for sure the most fun to play. Who's this enemy that was running around down here? There's a... That's fine. I love getting stuck in traps. Thank you. This happens every first time I come down here. I die and I have to use one of Darkwing's adrenaline shots. Every single day. Yeah, I agree. And I think that's a better way to go about picking what weapons to use. Who cares how strong they are? It's all about how much fun they are to play. All that matters. I'm having a good time. I'm a happy camper. Fucko. Why is that dude trying to kill me? I don't even understand. Yeah, see you later, Saros. See you later. Glad you're off work. Speaking of bullets, I said earlier that I almost always have bullets, and right now I'm almost out. Which is hilarious. Guess we better get some bullets. Yes, I better get some bullets. Do you have bullets in here? Sure, let's just get 1,000 shotgun shells. 1,000 rifle bullets. Booyah. Booyah ha ha. Why are there fetch-a-lot bunnies on my roof? Darkling, what are your bunnies doing up here? What in the hell? So about that, yeah. You know what, Kaylee? You were right. I'm sorry. Build facilities, power facility. Oh, I need tungsten. Okay. Do I have the acid to make the tungsten? Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those melodramatic fools. Neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Let's go get us some tungsten. And in order to do that, let's eat us one of these. Zoop. Zoop, zoop, baloo. For the information of the hive and the greater hive area, we do have 41 silver ingots over at the contributions box in my base. So if you are running out of energy links and you need some more, feel free to go ahead and snag yourself a couple of silver ores or silver ingots and go sell those. I'm going to continue to try to provide some additional silver ore. There's a lot of silver ore and a lot of gold ore actually in the tower right now. We do need some of that in order to be able to upgrade the tower itself. You know, sometimes it's a pain to play in 1050 Ti. You know, Ninja, I feel the same way. I operate, my computer is a 1060, maybe a 1660. I think it's a 1060. My old computer was a 1660 or 1650. Sorry, not 60. But I play on a 1060. But I use a service called NVIDIA GeForce Now. So I pay $10 a month to use a remote gaming service, because there's no way in hell that my computer would be able to run this game with any sort of graphical fidelity and stream at the same time. So I just stream off of my computer and I play on NVIDIA GeForce Now. So as long as you have a really good internet connection, I almost don't even notice any input lag or anything like that. So especially for games that aren't super competitive, like the PvE version of this game, it's really, really useful. For $10 a month, you play on a 20 series card with, you know, a nice CPU and stuff like that, and it's all done remote. It doesn't really work on wireless connections, like, not necessarily in-home Wi-Fi, but like if you were using a cell phone hotspot or something like that, it wouldn't really work. But if you have a good at-home internet connection, and especially if you hardwire into it from your computer, then you can have a really, really positive gaming experience. I mean, you see when I play all the time, my graphics look great. You know, my gameplay feels smooth and it's fine. Every now and then, if something happens on my network, I have a little bit of a graininess that comes through, and sometimes you can catch some pretty big lag stutters and stuff like that. But it's fairly infrequent, and it's definitely better than it would be if I was trying to play on my local machine. So, definitely an option for you. I've gotten actually a couple of people. It's a really great service because you can play it through a web browser. You don't even have to download the app if you don't want to. So even if you like have a console or something like that that has a web browser, you can play it through there. So you could actually use and play PC games in a lot of different ways. People use it on their phones sometimes and play on their mobile devices. Just really anything that you can do to anything that you can use with a web browser can pretty much become a gaming station for you. It's really, really convenient. And like I said, I only pay $10 a month for it, so it's pretty freaking dope. Alright, let's go cook up a couple hundred ingots over here at Kalon's base. Because that's important. We want to use Kalon's base because Kalon has the double tungsten perk on their furnace. That is important. And I should have enough for 2 here. The way you can tell if you didn't use up somebody else's resources, if you go in and you still have that resource, because it always pulls from your resources first, so. Good to go. We're going to get a little over 200 because these furnaces have a couple of perks: power consumption and crafting time, a double yield, but then also the heat bonus, which is cool. Hey, what's up, Loki? How are you today? What you got going on over here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Still 4. Doing good, doing good. Real happy about getting some stuff going here. I got an extra 6 or 7 there. Each 200, or for each 100, which is nice. I have enough tungsten that I can help some other people build some more stuff. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Yeah, actually, I would love a soda. That would actually just a tea. Let's not have, nope, a soda. Yeah. Yeah, I would love a soda. Thanks, older brother. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Cheesy Snacks is my older brother. And he knows that he can never get a hold of me on Discord. I don't even have my Discord open right now. Because I get in here and I start streaming to you all, and I literally just forget that the world exists. I am the most difficult to get a hold of person on Earth when I'm streaming. Ammo. Didn't plug that bad boy in. We got all of our power now. Here we go. Let's turn on the Discord. In case somebody's trying to get a hold of me over here. But you never know. Never, ever know. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. I feel really bad for anybody who doesn't have my brothers. I literally have, like, the two best siblings on Earth. Everybody else is just competing for second. I don't even know what I would do without my brothers. Life would be so drab. Sure. Let's go put some of this stuff in here. Boop. I don't need this either. Boop. And don't need none of this stuff. Boop. And then let's actually go through. Let's get rid of a bunch of, like, all these blue. I don't need these. And then honestly, I don't even need the purples. Like, I've got a ton. Of legendaries, so there's no reason in rocking the purples. 40-ounce Colt 45? I don't know what a 40-ounce Colt 45 is. Colt 45 a type of drink? Is it a beer or something? Or a malt liquor? Sounds like a malt liquor. I'm muted again because I'm an idiot. I was just commenting on the obscene amount of ammo that I have. Does it cost only 4? Oh no. You can only bring 74 of those over for 11k? Wow, what's even the point? That sucks. Heavy style, nope. I want less magazine capacity. I want rapid style. Lightweight style could be okay. I might rock that. Rapid shot, fire rate, speed, draw speed, attack. I don't want to reduce the attack yet, so I definitely want lightweight style. Let's get lightweight double elemental. Let's see, there's a 7.7 and an 11.2. That's actually a pretty good one. 7, 11, 8. That's heavy style. I know there was another double elemental over here, 7.8, 10. So let's go to the 7.7, 11.2. This is the best one I have. Let's snap this over here. We'll confirm. And then let's see, do I even have the required Stardust source to upgrade this calibration? Negative. Need almost 200 more. But that extra reload speed is going to be super. I'm very excited about it. We're excited. Okay. What's next on the list? Okay. Okay, Loki. I will come and take it from your base. If you insist. You know me too well, because I was definitely going to say no. See, now you didn't give me storage perms in your base, so how am I supposed to take your stuff? Or were those not storages? Your base is really nice. Having all these nice bases around me is really embarrassing. Really embarrassing. What's your storage is at, dude? Oh, here's the storages. There we go. Maybe? Hey, there we go. Alright. 167. There we go. I think that's how much I need. Thanks, Loki. I appreciate it. Oh, nope. I was too off. Bummer. I'm good. We good, dude. We good. This is all I really need. 150% increased reload speed? Yeah. Boop. Alright. Oh, season rewards available. Ain't that nice? Claim those. Actually go to the season shop. Annual season. I don't really care about this. I kind of want to open up this though. At 2,700 now. Maybe get me some more Rosetta pieces. Be cool if I could get the Pantalones. Rosetta Vanguard bottom. And Twin Mayfly bottom. So that's what I want. I want the Mayfly bottom. Let's buy that. Just one. What do I get? Hey, got the Rosetta gloves. Fine. Those are actually kind of cool. I think they sort of fit the aesthetic. We might put those on here in a little while. How are we doing on our little sulfur machine over here? Probably gonna need to go ahead and get us some more sulfur. Not that this super matters. We also need to start thinking about maybe rocking some pumps and getting some acid. Just doing like a whole acid farm. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. What can we do? What can we do? We need to build some more turrets over here for this person. Their base doesn't get destroyed when we inevitably trigger this thing. So let's take out all of our build turret resources. We need these. We need these. We need copper. I want to farm acid, but I'm clueless on how to do it. It's actually fairly simple. So you just get a water pump. You get a water pump in a polluted area. That water pump will pull up polluted water. You'll probably have to put it far away from actual water, because if it goes in the actual water, then it'll just pull up regular water. So you'll have to like put it over on this side of your base. But yeah, if you just dump a water pump, it'll pull up polluted water. And then you feed that polluted water into a purifier, like an osmosis purifier, that would normally give you purified water. And it gives you impure acid. And then you take that impure acid and you put it in a barrel, fermenting barrel, and it turns into acid when you mix it with water. It's a very long process. So you need lots of pumps and lots of barrels, but you don't quite need so many purifiers. What was I going to do? Oh, right. I was going to build turrets for this person. Specialized parts and tungsten ammo. Right. So let's get my specialized parts out. And let's get some more tungsten ammo. And I believe it was... Whoops. I believe it was Darkling that told me yesterday she needed a couple of turrets. Let me see. Oh, yep, there's my older brother trying to get a hold of me on Discord earlier. Let's see, what did we have going on? Yes, it was Darkling, so let's go put a couple of rifle turrets at her base. She said she had flamethrowers as placeholders, so I gotta destroy the flamethrowers. Where are the flamethrowers? It's so dark. Oh, darkling. Where are your flamethrowers? Are they like in the ground? Do they not pop out or show up? Oh no. Oh bother. Who that over there? I love seeing people just running around. People are always talking about, in a lot of MMO games, and even in this game, they're always saying stuff about how they're running around the world and they're not seeing anybody. But I tell you what, man, you build a big old thermal tower and you get a bunch of people around that thermal tower, you'll never stop seeing people. People running around all the goddamn time. I love how they kind of connected this together to make this. It's adorable. I was talking to myself again. Talking to myself again. What's up, Quizza? How are you today? How goes life, the universe, and everything? Alright. Done with that. You know what we should do? Is now that they fixed the lava, we should go ahead and finish up this quest line over here, because I haven't even finished all the quests yet. We definitely want to do that before Phase 3 comes out. Went to fishing today, didn't get anything. Oh, that sucks. Alright though, fishing's just nice and relaxing. All about getting in there, breathing in some fresh air. No. You Ragnar. Oh my goodness. How did I die? How did I die? Do you go lake fishing, Quizza, or do you like to go like fly fishing? 'Cause I gotta admit, I'm a big fly fisher. Love to get out there in my waders. I hate that shock trap, takes forever, yeah. No, it's the worst. It's the worst because I'm the worst. So I'm always getting caught in it. Looking like a scrub, getting killed. I need to eat some stew. I have no idea what the difference is with the lake behind my house. So fly fishing is usually a type of fishing you do on a river, although you can do it on a lake. But it's where you use lures that have been crafted to look specifically like certain insects that fish like to eat during the time of year that it is. And it's usually a much more active form of fishing, so instead of using a bobber or something like that and just throwing it out and like watching the bobber or waiting for a strike to come, which is normally what you do when you're fishing for bass, it's a much more active type of fishing where you use a fly fishing rod and fly fishing line that floats really well on the water, and you're trying to imitate different creatures getting caught in the river's current, or, you know, just hatching, you know, because some insects lay their eggs like on or in the water, and then their larvae hatch and they swim up towards the surface. And so you're just trying to imitate those natural occurrences with artificial fly that we always did our own, or we always made our own at home. My dad had like a whole kit with a vise that would hold your hook. And we had all kinds of different threads and, you know, animal feathers and furs and stuff like that. And you would wrap it all together with your thread and make it look like different insect. And then you would take that, you would tie it onto your line, you'd throw it out in the water, and you'd fish with it. It's a very active form of fishing, and you just sort of drift the fly with the current. And then when it gets to the end of the drift and it starts to rise up out of the water, that's usually when fish hit it, because it's like a real animal trying to escape the water and get back to the surface so it can fly away like a real insect. And then you catch them. The rods and line are also usually much more delicate. And so there's a really good chance of the fish breaking it off. So you have to be really careful while you're fighting the fish. So it becomes just a really interesting competition between you and the fish. It's really, really fun. And you get right out there in the water, you put on some waders, or you don't. I mean, whatever, depending on how cold the water is. And you just go walking out into the river and you throw your line out there and you try and be real still. And you try and watch the line real careful. And you catch yourself some fish. But it's really, really fun. Really fun. Pretty much the only kind of fishing I do anymore. It is an extremely peaceful thing to do. And it's not a pastime that's extraordinarily popular anymore. And so you find, at least I find, that not a ton of people are usually out there. When I'm fishing, I can kind of find a spot, especially if you're willing to hike around the lake a little bit and find somewhere that's a little more difficult to get to. You can really get yourself some free space. But I mean, that's the best way to learn, is just find somebody who knows a little more than you and listen to what they have to say and go about it. I really do like some fishing, though. And, I mean, if you can catch some fish, who doesn't want some free food, you know? Yeah, I'm getting lit up over here. Wanted to catch some fish for dinner, but I guess I'll try again tomorrow. And that's all you can do. Try again. If at first you don't succeed, pick yourself up and try again. Pick yourself up and try again. Try again. Somebody's trying to kill me over there. You there. What business do you have? Silly Roland. Went and got himself almost killed. I never realized that he was like half molten man. Hey, you're a G. Thanks, brother. I'm gonna put some rum in that in a little bit. We're gonna get a little bit intoxicated here. Just a little, though. Just a smidgen. Like any good sailor, I do love my rum. Find 2 weapon and armor crates, so I just need to find 1 more weapon and armor crate. What do I need over here? I still haven't gotten this mystical crate down here. Ow. Wow. What is that? Floaty crates. I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to go fish by wrapping them in leaves and burning them in hot charcoal. Want to try that? Yeah, that's a great way to cook yourself some fish. Great way. Just those some huge old leaves. Honestly, that's a good way to cover or to cook a lot of things. When I was a kid, we went camping with one of my dad's friends from work, and they taught us a really cool way to cook potatoes when you're out camping, because the skins come off so easy, and because, I mean, you can just wash them. If you take a potato and cake it in a thick layer of mud, and then throw it in coals like that, you'll be able to keep track of when the potato's done by when the mud dries out and cracks enough that you can fit a thumbnail in it. Then that usually means the potato inside is done, and then you just break off all the dirt, give it a good wash, and then you got yourself a nice baked potato. There's tons. I mean, cooking over coals is such a good way to cook. Nice, slow, kind of roasty style cooking. I love me a good baked potato, let me tell you, and everything tastes better, especially when you're out camping, cooking it over the fire. Everything tastes better when you're out camping. Where are you? There you are. Just shoot into the center of the fire. Where is this gear crate that I'm supposed to be getting over here? There's a small hill just outside the city where I go and grill some chicken with some orange juice because I don't drink. I can see the whole city from there. It's very nice. Sit there the whole... Yeah, absolutely. And there's never anybody else out in those places. It's so easy to get away. Especially if you're willing to go in on foot a little bit, you know, grab yourself a backpack. Not like a regular backpack, but like a packing pack. Bring your tent, bring a sleeping bag, or bring a hammock. Whatever you got, whatever you like. And... just go chill out. Get yourself some peace and quiet. The world's so loud nowadays. Sometimes you need to be able to just separate from that. And get a little bit of quietness. What is this mission telling me? Oh, am I all the way done? No more main story quest? Ooh. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now, hey now. Dream in circles. I want to get up there, but there's no way up. Hail. I really hope that the lava's fixed. That I'm not gonna get caught on some invisible lava while I'm running around there. Definitely feel like I just got lit on fire. For no reason. Is there some nerd? Yo, what's up, T-Train? What's up, Ski? How are y'all today? Oh, is this where you get all the Chaosium? All the Pre-Chaosium. Nice, nice, very nice. I think it's supposed to be fixed, T-Train. I didn't run into any yet so far today, but I could just be getting lucky today. I know where some is, but I don't want to go run over it to find out. It'll take me back up. I don't want to go back up. Started a tower upgrade by mistake. Totally, yeah, who cares, Skoski? Who cares? It's fine. We just need to trigger that purification today at some point. And unfortunately, I'm just going to have to beg the forgiveness of anybody who doesn't get to participate. For being a schmuck. And pushing back the purification until everybody couldn't do it. Because I'm a dum-dum. Maybe they'll forgive me. Maybe not. Where do you think you're going? But for say. Yeah, but talking about wanting to do it, I mean, that's a really bad thing to have been doing, Ski. Is saying, you know, we need to do it, we need to do it, we need to do it, but never doing it. Makes people feel like they need to constantly be online, like in case I'll trigger it. So I needed to have, like, set a deadline and a specific date. To be like, okay, we're triggering it at this time. So if your defenses aren't up, you know, there's a chance that you're going to lose your base. And then just go for it. And then instead of waiting for everybody to get their defenses up, if we'd have had a specific time when we were going to do it, then people could have moved their bases away if they weren't prepared, so that they didn't lose their bases that way. Would have just been a superior way to go about getting that set up. Are you keeping both max heat and cold resistance? The stew. Sorry, Quizza. I eat this stew. It takes one of each of the new plants. It doesn't take any deviated plants. Just one of each of the new plants. It fills up your hydration, fills up your energy, and gives you plus 30%. Or plus 30 to both your cold and heat resist, and 30% to your max stam. It's like ridiculously good. And so easy to make. Nerd. I honestly think we're all overthinking it. But it'll be super easy. I'm sure it'll be super easy too, unless we get a Chaos Weaver. And then we're gonna have a bad time. Is there seriously not a weapon or armor crate down here? Give me a break, dude. What's going on? I just cook canned lunch meat all the time, increase my max HP. So this counts as a drink, actually, because it's a stew, Quizza. So you can definitely have the stew and your lunch meat going at the same time. And get both buffs. You can boost your max HP and your heat and cold resist. Which is bonkers. Okay, well apparently there's no Yeah, we still haven't done the purification. I was trying to get everybody prepared. Trying to get everybody turrets, trying to get everybody walls. And I was just overthinking the whole thing. And so we should have just done it on Sunday or Monday. But I'm an idiot. And I was worrying too much. And now not everybody's even going to be online. A bunch of people are going to miss it. It's pretty much all my fault. So, you know, feels good. Yeah, I think I'm with you. All weather stew and crumbly bread. Well, we do have 100% waste right now, Quizzo. So while it will probably be easy the first time, there is a small chance that instead of being easy, we'll get a Chaos Weaver. And if we get a Chaos Weaver, it is not going to be so easy. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Hello? I mean, it maybe hasn't spawned for you yet, Quizzo. At 100%, you have a chance to spawn a Chaos Weaver. And that will absolutely kill you. What the hell? I also help others purify. So far, I haven't seen a single Weaver. Alright, let's get teleported back to the old basey base here. It is pretty rare, I think. I also can't confirm from my own personal experience. I'm just parroting what people have told me. So perhaps I am wrong. It is possible. But it seems like that should be the way it is. It'd be weird if that wasn't the way it is. Okay, is there seriously no more storyline? Is that the last quest in there? Maybe we'll get some more storyline when the next phase opens up. That'll take us over to the new boss thing, this thing. Zone of Haze. Alright, what's next on the list? That's fair, I guess. Yeah, looks like nothing. Wow, wow, wow. I really should probably just do all the rest of these, get all my stellar planula and stuff, but there's a really good chance that I'm never going to do those. Oh, do we need Chaosium? We'll throw some Chaosium in here. $750 Starchrome short for what? Nice to be able to buy a new item. want to go back to my Jaws build. Miss it so bad. You know, I understand, Ski. I do. Really want to go back to my sniper rifle builds. I'm committed. I am using these two new guns. Even if it kills me. Which it does, quite a bit. Where's the kaboom? How can we fish in the lava? Somebody said that if you go to this teleport right here, Fire Throat Rise, and you come right down over here, you can fish in the lava down here. The M16 is good fun, but too much flashy for me. Yeah, that is true. It could definitely cause you a seizure. But I have not actually tried to fish in the lava yet, Ninja. I don't really like fishing in this game. Because the fish don't stack. I hate having a million fish in my inventory. Just taking up space. You know, you can't store them anywhere. You can't do anything with them. So if you're not going to use them right away, then they're just totally freaking useless to you. And it pisses me off. So I don't fish anymore. A useful post mentioning this is the best place for getting lots of apple due to thick trees present there. They said 8 to 13 apples in 15 minutes of farming. Thank God we're all done with apples. Because Jeebus. Them apples were a freaking nightmare. Alright, we got ourselves a little garden going. I'm going to try for you. I am not going to try for you, Ninja. That is definitely not what's going to happen. I have informed you of where to go. I feel no additional need. Yes, we are done with the apples. No more apples. Are there actually fish in my fish tank? Holy crap, there are. I put these fish in my fish tank. That's right. I remember now. Remember? I should probably get all of these lower tier ones. Disassemble them. Boop. Boop. Good deal. Need more armor mod parts. A lot more armor mod parts. I'm gonna have to farm bosses super hard on pro mode time. And I don't want to do that. I don't have a choice. Actually gonna have to farm silos, not bosses. Let's see. There are some rift anchors I haven't picked up. They don't really matter. Guess I could get some Stardust Source from them. It's not terrible. Yeah, let's go pick up these rift anchors real quick. Gotta do all the things. Gotta do all of the things. I like that the points of interest and stuff are so much bigger in this zone and so much more interesting. But I feel a little bit like some of the Rift Anchor locations and stuff like that are a little meh because they're just in random small points of interest instead of the big points of interest, which means we're getting less opportunities to get fragments for our gear, which just kind of makes me sad. Sorry, Ninja. I just don't fish anymore. Unless I have to for a quest or something like that, does not interest me. Because I don't want to deal with having each fish individually take up a spot in my inventory. It's just garbage. Absolute garbage. The fact that that design even made it into the game upsets me. Yeah, there's so many enemies over here. That's the parts I feel they rushed, is it's almost like it said, let's just add rift anchors here and here, no one here. Yeah, it does feel a little bit like that. Especially when the rift anchors were always part of big POIs in the past. And I mean, it's fine. It just means that the value proposition for going to get rift anchors is really skewed. Because normally you come to a POI and you go get a rift anchor, then you also, you want to get those armor and gear crates. And then you also want to get your mystic crate. And then you also want to kill those enemies so that you get the POI completion bonus. And so there's all these other things that you get when you go after a rift anchor. And if you do them all together, there's a whole lot of value every time you go to a new POI. But the way they're setting this up now, where there's just rift anchors randomly in these tiny little POIs, it just doesn't feel like going to get the rift anchor has nearly as much value because there's nothing else there to go get. And it makes me just kind of meh about doing it. As a fresh start on this scenario, it's very limited the amount of blueprints I got. Yeah, that's also true. You definitely want... It's sort of like standalone expansions to video games. In this, you're going to want every new map to be able to stand on its own, so that if a new player comes in, they don't have to start way back at the Manibus if they don't feel like it. Right? You want them to be able to just jump in whatever map or whatever scenario their friends are on, and you want them to be able to succeed. And the best way to do that is by giving them a lot of blueprints. Ultimately, they are going to have to find a way for us to utilize blueprints in a way that isn't just unlocking star levels, because eventually those of us who started early on are going to have all of our stuff maxed out, and so we're going to need something else to do with those things. For now it's fine, but eventually they're going to have to set something up where you can turn them into mods or something. Mods will probably be the best idea, because mods really are the big chase item in this game. crash. It wants me to use this zip line over here. Zip myself back up to the top. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Go for weapon, then the key armor, then I focus on the rest of the gear. I think that's probably a good idea, Ski. I think that's probably a good idea. Now, hopefully in the future they recognize that and do some changes, because it really is important for the longevity of the game. I mean, people aren't going to start playing this game just because. They're going to start playing this game because they want to play with their friends who are playing this game. And if the new seasons don't give you the opportunity to catch up, or at least give you an equivalent amount of value as the old Manibus season did, then people are not going to be sticking around, because like you said, the game's just going to be too hard. So either they need to make those friend codes a permanent thing, where I can share a weapon with my friends, so that if they start playing later, you know, I can have, you know, like a 5-star or something that I can share with them. And that way they'll be super duper strong, at least in that respect. And then they can focus on some other stuff. Or they need to have some more guns that are just freely given. You know, as they come out with new guns, maybe they just give everybody 1-star versions of some of the old guns, so that new players have some more options and can play some more builds. Or, I don't know. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different things that they can do, but they're going to have to do something to help brand new players keep up with, you know, the difficulty of the new seasons. Because you're just not going to want to start out in the early season. Maybe you'll go back and play that season. You know, if you play with your friends and you really enjoy the game, then maybe you'll decide that playing a season on your own is worth it, and you'll go back and do that. But you're definitely not going to do it first. No. I don't know what happened to that explodey person. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Even starting in Fjord instead of the Tundra makes a huge difference. Yeah, it does. This is the first, this new character will be fine next season. Yeah. I mean, that's for sure. It doesn't take very long. As long as you've got one gun with a decent gear thing. Oh, there's just free Chaosium over here, too. Yo. Oh, no. It's crazy how many of y'all have made NA characters come over here and play with us. It is so awesome. I really appreciate that y'all bit the bullet on that. And just went ahead and made those characters. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's really too bad. Too bad that you can't cross realm. Oh my god, these traps. That one was even on a table, like right in front of my face, and I didn't see it. So bad about that. See that trap. No. I thought there would be major lag, but it's just the same really. Maybe in massive groups a little. Yeah, I mean the problem with being in a different region isn't so much that the lag increases, it's just that you have a natural latency between your inputs and what happens on the screen, because it just takes so much more time for that data to get across that distance. But there really isn't a ton of concern with just overall lag. But you are for sure going to feel it when we start doing these purifications, especially if we end up with a Chaos Weaver and a lot of people show up. You're going to feel that lag, but everybody is, so. Alright, got those done. Short, sweet, and to the point here. Do some repairs. I have so many platinum crystals, my goodness. Alright. Well, who that is? Who that is that's Ski. Think you can just run around on top of my power generators? There won't be any consequences? Putting your footprints all over my nice shiny power generators? What a butt face. What a butt face. Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick and pour myself a little rum and coke. And I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. What's up, Bernie? How are you on this fine afternoon? How are you on this fine afternoon? Alright, what's the next thing we need to do? We really should finish up these 2 points of interest, but can't be asked. Right now. Really good. 1 day left to transfer to winter. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Well, I think it's time to set up an acid farm. I'm not gonna do mine all cool like Darklings over there where it's all stacked on top of each other. Because I'm not cool like that. I'm gonna put a couple of these down. I'm gonna put I don't have an osmosis water filter or a water pump. My goodness gracious. You guys didn't know we did not do the purification yet, Bernie, because I suck. A lot. We are going to hopefully do it today, though. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people online right now. Hopefully some other people get online. Most of the folks in the hive play pretty much every day. So maybe this afternoon after everybody gets off of work, folks will jump on and then we'll get it done. Then, yeah. Yeah, I don't have enough memes unlocked either, but that's alright. We'll figure it out. Like, for example, I can get one right here. Don't need a disassembly bench. Don't need this one, because I don't need a Chaosium Lantern. I don't think I need refineries anymore. I'm just going to get rid of the synthesis bench, because who cares? We'll keep the leather working. Let's see, I don't think I need a lot of these anymore. Nope, I pretty much need all of these. Alright, but we've got water filter, water pump. So I think I just need 9 more. Yep, 9 more. And we're good. We don't need the small enhancements. There we go. Now we can get our osmosis water purifier. And do we have the storage? I think I have the storage one. What's up, Lothar? I am feeling much better today. Got a lot of sleep, put some water inside of me. You know, did the things that you're supposed to do to keep your mind and body healthy. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lothar. I do love my lurkers. Really? Really, I need more logs? I feel like I've harvested all the logs on the server. And yet somehow this game still thinks that I need more. I'm gonna fight it. But we don't need to fight it. We'll get it right and we'll be united. And I know someday that it'll all turn out. We'll work to work it out. It's log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. X. No wires. V. Can I go from there to there? Yes, I can. Fantastico. Then we need the water pump. I don't have any standard parts. What is this? You know, I never really watched Ren and Stimpy. I guess the happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy is pretty much the only thing I remember from Ren and Stimpy. Didn't really watch a lot. Okay, so we need some standard parts. Standard parts are what, tier 3 parts? No. Standard parts are tier 2 parts. So they're like way back in the early stuff, like things between level 10 and 20 would be giving me standard parts. So we can come over here to get standard parts. Well, that seems like fun. I'm able to teleport in current state, really? That's what you're gonna say to me right now? Yeah, I didn't freaking think so, buddy. You can, in fact, kiss my butt. Ooh, that is a strong rum and coke. My goodness. It even got me doing the faces. AFK 20 food time. Hey, enjoy it. Get yourself some peanut butter and jelly tacos. See? Get yourself some peanut butter and jelly tacos. Gonna start being a requirement to join the hive. You gotta at least try peanut butter and jelly tacos. Or you're out of the herd. Oh yeah, there's so much stuff over here. Let's get it started in here. What is with that weird, crazy lighting effect? What's going on over here? And the base keeps running, running, and running, running. Why are you all gray? Oh, you're not gray. Never mind. I take back what I just said. Dooby-doo. Be-dooby-doo. You're gonna die. I miss Robin Williams. That man was a genius. don't know, for those of you who don't know, that line, "You gonna die," is from Robin Williams' Live on Broadway special. And he's talking about psychics. He said, if you want a psychic, you gotta get you a Louisiana psychic. He's talking about, "You gonna die." That was hilarious. But I saw that for the first time way back when I was like, I don't know, 13, 14 years old. It's like an old special. Maybe it was a little later than that. I might have been in high school by the time I saw it. But that stuff was so funny. That stuff was funny. You know. Just look out. You all may or may not have noticed this about me so far. Pretty much my entire personality is just quotes from movies and TV shows and stuff that I've seen in my life. Basically the whole thing. Sometimes plays that I've been in. But I just like to quote things. There's some really quotable stuff out there. And it's useful because, especially if it's extremely common or popular media, you know, everybody kind of understands the context. So the jokes are really easy to land that way. Although I guess now that, you know, I'm speaking to an international audience, that doesn't necessarily hold quite as true. It is impressive how different the media preferences of different countries are. Especially nowadays, because things are so interconnected. I've actually seen a lot of TV shows from different countries, and I honestly have a hard time watching them because the humor is so different. It's fairly common to compare British and American humor because we're two fairly predominant English-speaking countries, and so it's just an easy comparison to make. But the humor of most cultures is quite a bit different than the humor of other cultures, unless they're cultures that are extremely close together. Even then, they can have wildly differing opinions of what constitutes funny. And so it's really interesting to watch, especially probably the biggest difference I've seen in cinema culture is like French films versus American films. They are wildly different. And I don't really enjoy a lot of French films because the themes and stuff are just so different from what we typically see here in the United States. Not that the films are bad or that they're not well done, but just that I don't find them entertaining. They're much more focused on the lives of the individuals being portrayed than they are on the actions of those individuals. I think is probably the biggest difference I've seen between American and French cinema. So they almost feel more like lifestyle movies, and American cinema. Oh my god, I can't say cinema. Why can't I say the word cinema? Holy shnikes! But American cinema, even comedy movies, are sort of very action movies. Our humor is a little more slapstick. We do physical comedy, we do active comedy. And in the French cinema that I've seen, maybe not all French cinema, it's more about what's being said than it is about the action behind what's being said. It's more about talking about action than it is about taking it. And so it's just hugely different than American movies. And I imagine there are probably other cultures who have a similar focus on, words and framing than screen activity. And so it's probably not strange for them. But as an American moviegoer who has been watching action for my entire life, it was pretty jarring for me to watch my first foreign film. I forget sometimes, I guess, that it's only really been since my generation was alive that everyone has had extremely ready access to pretty much everything created by everyone in the entire world. I mean, the internet has just turned things on its head so much, because you used to have to really go out of your way in the United States in, the 70s or 80s, or even, in the early 90s. You would have had to go out of your way to try and watch a movie that was made in a country other than the United States, right? That stuff wasn't shown in movie theaters. That stuff wasn't shown on your television sets. That stuff just didn't really exist unless it had huge followings in those other countries where it originated from. You just didn't see it. And because for most of my life, I've been able to just go find that stuff whenever I wanted to. And, some of that stuff has just permeated the online culture. Ooh, ginger poppers. Interesting. It just never occurred to me, really, that wasn't something that was always happening. It was just always a part of life. And so I guess it's weird to me that cultures developed such different... This is definitely my favorite POI too, Kaylee. For sure. This POI made me just want to keep playing Way of Winter. I was a little meh about the game after Prism vs. Clash. I just really didn't think that was a great scenario. And had I come into this scenario and not really enjoyed my first couple of days of play, probably wouldn't have kept playing. I think Way of Winter is absolutely going to keep this game on the map for a while. I love the roller coasters. So, I don't know how long you've been watching, Kaylee, but once upon a time I made a roller coaster in my Eternaland that you drove with a Jeep. And it had loop-de-loops and crazy wall rides and all kinds of stuff like that. Then they quote unquote fixed the car physics, and it broke my roller coaster. Yeah. Yeah, it was super fun. Actually, I'll show it to you right now. There's a short on it on my YouTube channel, Kaylee, of me writing most of it. But this is it. This is my... And you started going this way. It starts off with 2 loop-de-loops here. But the Jeep doesn't pick up enough speed, so you can't get it to flip over and actually hit this loop-de-loop. Maybe if I kept them closer together. So maybe if I didn't have this gap, you used to need this gap. Maybe if I closed them, I might be able to get it to work again. But I'm not 100% sure. You know, I never named it. Never named it. But I think the biggest, most important thing was that these wall rides were really cool. So your vehicle used to be really sticky to the walls. And so you would ride up here, and then you'd drive across the wall here, and then you'd come down. And you'd like drop down that right there, and then you'd come over here, and then you'd drive up this, and follow the wall ride down. And then there was another 180 wall ride. So you'd drive up the wall here, and then you'd go around that curve. And you'd come down, and there's another loop-de-loop there. And then you drive across over there. And eventually there's a really huge wall ride. We go back up to the top. Because you used to be able to drive straight up for almost forever. So there was this really huge wall ride over here. And you would drive way up the wall. And you would end up doing another 180 over here, where you drove on the wall, and then you came around this curve, and then this last jump ended in this wall right here. Because what used to happen... It's super broken, Party Wizard. You can't do the loop-de-loops at all, you just end up falling on your back. But you used to be able to, when you did a jump, your vehicle would start to lean back and land on its back. And so this jump, you used to jump it, and your car would lean back, and then you'd land with your 4 wheels on that wall. And if you held spacebar for brake, you would actually just stick to the wall. And then you'd let go of spacebar and roll back, and then you'd go down those stairs right there, and you'd be right back at the beginning. But it was ridiculously fun. It still exists. It's in My Eternaland, and so My Eternaland is in a lot of my videos in the description. Probably from maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, all of my videos have My Eternaland linked in the description. And you're welcome to come and see if maybe you can get it to work. But I don't think you really can. Maybe I'll try some work on it, because I really had a lot of fun with it. But I also made, way down here... That's not the right teleport. Got a lot of teleports in My Eternaland. I think it's actually right here. I made a cool little jump. But the goal of this was I just wanted to make like a ramp that had some obstacles, and then you try and jump your vehicle. Yeah, this is kind of broken now too. But the goal was to try and jump your vehicle as high as possible, and then jump off of your vehicle, and then glide, and see who could get the most distance with the glide. What the hell? Did I make this? Yeah, I think I made that for a video. But then just to try and glide as far as possible, and I was going to put a marker for like who got the furthest, but now that seems to be broken too, because you can't seem to get over that ramp. But we'll see. But I was going to make a whole amusement park in My Eternaland. And now they have an amusement park in the game. And I don't even have to worry about it. That was kind of what kicked off the Discord. Was I wanted, a bunch of people to make cool stuff like this. And then we'd share all of our Eternaland codes in the Discord, and we'd have PvP Eternalands, and roller coaster Eternalands, and fishing Eternalands, and, just all kinds of stuff that you could go to in there, in all the different regions. That's why all those channels exist. And I'm not terribly good at making Discords, so I haven't really gotten it right yet, but I was pretty happy about it, Kaylee. I built the whole thing on stream. It took me about, 8.5 hours on stream. Lots of testing, lots of trial and error. That was one of my super early streams. Oops. I keep wasting my stupid... Okay, can I shoot you now, buddy? It's definitely the thing that I'm probably the most proud of building in this game. And that's just the kind of building that I'm fairly good at, is utilitarian building. Like, that's not very pretty at all. It was sure a lot of fun to drive. A lot of fun to drive. Me and a friend had a race on it. One of my really early viewers, Death Knight Pro, who built some of the speedball courses on my PvP Eternaland. He's like the only other person who ever drove that roller coaster before it was broken, because I made it super duper early in my streaming, and I hadn't gained nearly as much of a community as I have now. And so it was just him and the Nerd Gamer and me mostly were the only people ever hanging out. Thanks a lot, Party Wizard. Have a good day. Don't work too hard. I say way back, like it wasn't just 2.5 months ago. What did I come back here to do? Disassemble stuff. That's what I came back here to do. Did I get some standard parts? I did get some standard parts. Alright. I knew I was smart enough to find where I needed to go. And let's build one of those. Now I need refined parts. Okay, game. You're starting to upset me here. I already did that. So that should be good to go. This should pull up polluted water. And then it should just dump it right in here to be osmosis. And then it'll put impure acid in these. And then I can take the impure acid. Actually, I need... Oh, I won't trust me. Good. Good deal. Quiet quitting is a positive thing. Alright, I need 6 more. Honestly, I'm gonna probably just reset all this animal taming and capturing. Just say F that. Because if I can't capture all the new animals, I don't give a shit. We'll make some brewing barrels. Perfect. And more power. And I'm going to have to expand this. Obviously, this is too many brewing barrels. For the limited number of pumps that I have, this osmosis thing should be able to hold like 4 pumps. So I'll get 3 more pumps eventually, and then start putting out some acid. Low roasted gooey marshmallow. Fuck that, dude. When you roast marshmallows, you gotta get them right in there. Light them on fire, blow them out, and eat the char. I am not slow roasted gooey marshmallow. I'm a charred marshmallow. Crispy and disgusting on the outside. Melty and delicious on the inside. And I will not accept being called anything else. Of course I order my steak medium rare. What are you talking about, well done like a man? It's weird to me that you slow cook your marshmallows, but then you want well done steak. That's insane. I mean, I guess I'm literally the exact opposite, but still. Yeah, I want that thing mooing. I like my steak almost raw. Like a heathen. Like a freaking heathen. There you go, Ski. Ski knows what's up. Whatever, man. I would love... Nothing would make me happier than to be patient zero for the zombie apocalypse. Like, could you imagine the mad bragging rights you would have in the afterlife if you were patient zero for the zombie apocalypse? That would be the dopest in the whole world. I think that's probably the best thing about living in the current era, is that there's a decent chance that I'm gonna live to see the end of humankind. Which, I mean, is kind of cool. How many people get to, well, I guess 8 billion people get to say that. Right. You've never seen Zombieland, the movie? Mad cow turned into mad human. That's how the zombie apocalypse started, was mad cow disease. That's where I'm getting my reference from, for mad cow turning into zombies. I mean, I don't eat raw food. Obviously, I get my food cooked. I'm not a complete freaking moron. I understand that there are temperatures required in order to... I was a cook at Bennigan's when I was younger. So I understand that there are certain temperatures that kill, you know, certain bacterias and certain viruses and stuff. And so you have to bring the core of the food all the way up to those temperatures in order to make it safe to eat. Like I'm not a dum-dum, just making jokes over here. But also, I would love to be the epicenter of the zombie apocalypse. That would make me too happy. If anybody ever discovers a zombie virus, you just let me know. I'll let you infect me. It'll be fun. Bacteria cannot penetrate red meat, so that's how you can eat it blue, which is cooked for 30 seconds each side. Oh, interesting. Believe in me too, Party Wizard. Thank you. I think I can do it. I can be the catalyst for the apocalypse. I didn't know that about red meat. I'm not ever going to try it. Unless, you know, I go to like a very reputable restaurant where they serve it. Because obviously, especially here in the United States, you know, you've got so many health codes and stuff like that, that if it wasn't extremely safe, they would never allow you to put it on the menu. So... Or maybe if I ever go to a foreign country where it's a delicacy or, you know, like a national food. Oh, I love sushi. Oh, goodness, I love some sushi. We used to have this really great sushi spot when I lived in San Diego, where they had the beer tap right at the table. And you could choose, there were 3 taps at the table, and they would hook up your 3 beers of choice. And then it just had a digital readout based on how much you were pouring. And then you paid, you know, for however much beer you drank at your table. And so we would go get Kirin Ichiban hooked up to one of the taps. And we would just eat sushi and drink Kirin Ichiban for hours and hours and hours. It was so good. It was right next to the baseball stadium. Delicious. De-freaking-licious. I live in Iceland and they eat shark that has been buried in the ground for months. Interesting. Interesting. I've never been to Iceland. I'd go to Iceland. Actually, a couple of places I'd really like to visit are Iceland, Greenland, and Ireland. Sour sheep's testicles, amazing food. Not the shark, though. You know, I've never had sheep's testicles, but I have had Rocky Mountain oysters before, which are bull testicles. They were actually pretty delicious. Everybody thought that they were tricking me. Like, ha ha ha, you just ate a bull testicle. I was like, I don't care, it was good. You know, I would go to New Zealand. BRX. I've been to Australia. I've never been to New Zealand. We did stop in Perth, Australia when I went on deployment with the US military. So I got to spend a couple of days there. Had myself a pretty good time. But I have never been to New Zealand. I would totally go there. There aren't very many places in the world that I wouldn't like to go and visit. Just to see, just to experience a little culture. And especially some food. I think, I forget what the guy's name is. He offed himself. But he did the travel food show. My mom really liked him, thought he was wonderful. Did have an American base there until like 10 years ago. Yeah, I just never got... I was actually in the military during that time. I just never got stationed there. Of course, I don't even know if the Navy did get stationed there. I would say, even if you only got to do a long weekend, totally worth going to Iceland. Interesting. Maybe I'll go check it out. But there just... I mean, yeah, there just really aren't a lot of places that I would be totally against going and visiting and trying out some local dishes and, you know, meeting a couple of people, maybe going during a festival or something like that. Would just be super cool. What did you do on the base, Ski? Backing up all the military guys' houses. Ah, yeah. I mean, that's not really that weird. You get pretty limited amount of warning when you're about to get moved somewhere. When I moved from when I moved from Washington State to San Diego, I only had like 1 month warning. But I was living in the barracks, so it didn't really take me very long. But a lot of those people, the minute they find out that they're moving, they start taking leave so that they can go to wherever they're moving to and go find a house and start getting all the paperwork put through to get their housing allowance and stuff like that so that they can actually pay for their house. So they just don't have time to pack up their stuff. So they just do like that and they hire it out. They get somebody to pack it all up and ship it. Some of they just did not care. Vibrators and drawers, a lot. Very strange to me at the time. That's just a military thing. Because you get so little privacy in the military. Especially when I was in the Navy, when we were on deployment, there were 80 of us in what's called a berthing, which is where all of our racks are, which is where we sleep. So you store all of your stuff there. We had 8 showers between 80 of us. So you get up every morning and 80 people are trying to shower. So you've just got naked people walking around all over the place all the time. And there's just zero privacy, zero opportunity to, have a minute to yourself in the mornings. And so people just get really used to it and don't really worry about it, We only ever showered by ourselves, Nuclear. We didn't usually double up. But you only got a couple of minutes to shower, and there were literally people standing, like, wrapped up in a towel, or some of them would just hang out with a towel over their shoulders and not even worry about it. But, you got a couple of minutes in there, you go in, you wash up real fast, you jump out, and you don't even turn off the water. The next dude just jumps in right after you. And, I mean, in basic training, you didn't even get the privacy of having your own shower stall. When we were in basic training, you had, like, those showers like they have at pools and stuff, where you're supposed to go in your shorts and, like, rinse off before you get in the pool. And so you would stand around, and there was, like, 4 nozzles. You would stand around, and we had 8 nozzles in our shower. We had 80 people in the division that I was in for basic training. And so you would just stand around the nozzles and there'd be 8 other dudes in the shower with you. It was, yeah, I mean, it's just a whole different kind of world, There are some things about modern living that you just don't get to really experience in that situation. And privacy is one of those things that you just kind of give up. Even the officers, like the junior officers, had to share rooms. They didn't even get their own private rooms. The senior officers obviously did. But not the junior officers. Yeah, that's kind of how... Yo, what's up, TPG? That is kind of how the military works. What happens on deployment stays on deployment. Absolutely. That wasn't really something that was part of my military experience. Can you please make me 3 more generators and teach me about acid setup? I want to have as much production as possible. Yeah, absolutely. Where do you want these generators at? Low key. Just gonna put them right here in the big middle of shit. Power facilities. Bammo. Gotta destroy some of your existing generators. Where they at? Here we go. Bam. 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 And then... Get out of the way, you stupid. Whatever. Bam. 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 You'll just have to put those wherever you want them. But... we'll teach you, we'll just go over here. Do you have a spare 2 plastics? Can you put down 3 more for me? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me go get my plastics. I have 153 spare plastics. Actually, I don't want to bring them all because it'll take them out of my inventory first, though. Let's just bring a few. Yeah, behind your base can be your pumps. That'll be fine. Anywhere that's not just straight up water. Do you have Stardust Source on you, Ski? You don't have to have the memetics, Ski, in order for me to put down power stations in your base. Yeah, you have your Stardust Source on your character, not in your storage, so I can't access it, is what I'm saying. But if you put... Yeah, but I can't make the 7th gen. You'll have to be the one who makes the 7th gen, because that's a personal specialization. So I can only make the first 6, and then you have to make the 7th one. So it won't have my perks. No. So. And I need 1 more fuse. Takes 8 fuses each. Nice, good deal. Good deal. How many pumps per purifier? I think 4, low-key. I think 4 pumps per purifier. That's the osmosis purifiers, though. The regular purifiers is probably 1. Because they only have 1 slot. Down, down. Down, down. Down, down. Down, down. Down, down. Down, down. Down, 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 down. Tell me why he ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why he... Right. Is one of them in your inventory? If it's in your inventory, I can't access it. You gotta put it in a storage. Good deal. It's down. Where you at so I can drop you the rest of this Stardust source back? Now I can see that we're falling apart in the way that it used to be. Yeah. Here you are. While you run away. Get the last back here. Stop running from me. Here's your source. Alright, so let's go talk to Loki here. Yeah, so you need a water pump, getting regular water, and going to a purifier to make purified water. Because you have to mix impure acid and purified water together to make acid inside of a barrel. And then you need water pumps that are just getting polluted water. And those polluted water pumps go to a purifier. And they purify that into impure acid. And then you put that in the barrel and mix it with the purified water and it becomes acid. You can directly connect your impure or your purified water to your brewing barrels, and it'll automatically put purified water in your brewing barrels. So this is my doesn't have power. Oops. Oops. Working. Okay. So this is my pure water purifier. And I'm just putting dirty water in it, but it's connected to each of these barrels. So the pure water will go into these barrels without any problem. The problem is that you can't do the same thing with your impure acid. So I've set up these containers so that they'll fill up with impure acid, so I can just take it out and put it in the barrels so that it's not just stacking up inside of my osmosis water purifier in these little out, right? Because it would just stack up here, and then I'd only be able to hold 400, so I'd have to be looking at it like every couple of minutes or every couple of hours. But instead, it'll go straight into these, and then, you know, I can just once a day take it out and put it in these barrels. Also possible I was muted the entire time I was explaining that. I'm not 100% sure. Makes like one acid every 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty slow, but you can get a whole lot of them. I mean, especially with these deviated. I've got 6 of these running 40 power apiece. So I've got 240 power. And it's 10 per water pump, is that right? Pretty sure it's 10 per water pump. Yeah, 10 per water pump, 10 per purifier, 10 per barrel. So I could have 24 of those. So 4 barrels and 4 pumps per osmosis. So I could have 8 pumps, 8 barrels, 2 osmosis purifiers is 18 of my 24. Yeah, your goal is just to eventually get impure acid and purified water into a barrel together. And that'll make acid. As long as you can get to that point, you're good to go. Well, I've got this all set up now, Ski. So if you have 1.5k impure acid and you don't want to have to set up the barrels yourself, you're welcome to bring them over here and put them in my containers. And I will try and get them eventually set up. I say, I want it that way. Holy snap. Are we almost 3 hours into this thing already? That's crazy. %50 acid drop rate with those. Stupid cops driving by my house being all loud as shit. So they only get 50% of the stuff they pull up as acid? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't have any regular water. I only have impure acid. You know what? I didn't hook up the new turrets I put up. Now we're over here. Get 50% more acid from killing deviants. You mean with the foods? Okay, I am so freaking annoyed by the popos. Stop driving by my house. So freaking loud, dude. Oh, nice, thanks. Appreciate it. You could only get like 55 watts out of a single deviated generator without using that bug, because you can only get 55% increased power output from the heat bonus and the regular deviated generator bonus. I'm fairly sure. And then, of course, if you added an electric eel and stuff like that, you could get some more. But just based on the generator, you can't. I guess it's possible that those bonuses would apply to the power that the eel adds. I'm not sure what order the bonuses are added into. So if you had an eel and it was increasing your base from 35 to say 40, would you get your 55% on top of that 40, or would you only get your 55% on top of the base? That I'm not 100% sure about. But if you could push a deviated generator anywhere near 75, even with your eel, you're doing pretty good. I think that's pretty much the tops without the bug. Yeah, that's just a bug, Moeds. And also, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel more officially. Love to see those new names in the chat, and I love to see those good questions. So let's see, we just got deviated ginger, beets, and eggs. Ew, that's gross. That's gross, but for 10% damage on your shrapnel, that seems alright. That seems alright. When I say what am I doing? I'm just running around in my base like a dum-dum. We've got this going. I think I need more refined parts, is that right? More refined parts, which are level 20 parts. So we need to find ourselves a level 20 zone. Go murk a bunch of stuff. There's a level 29 zone. That'll probably do right there. I like this zone too. It's pretty cool. Pretty good. Fly, 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 fly. This is why all the verticality in this particular season is so much fun. Is because who doesn't want to fly around on their bird and glide down all kinds of content without having to worry about, you know, running or driving or... The bird's just so much fun, and you can just get everywhere on this map by gliding from one of the higher up teleport points. I'm gonna get way up on top up here. Booyah! We're on top of the crane. Look at all that fog and all that crazy lighting. Gosh, this game's good. Oh my god. You can just fall right through those little cracks, huh? Oh. Ruh-roh. I mean, you shouldn't be able to climb on all of this stuff. Like, this is so weird. Do you guys remember, or do you all remember, when sometimes it's easier to think about jumping? You're stronger than that. Talk to someone. You were left. Wow. Okay. That was interesting. But you know, back in the day, there would have been a programmer wall here, right? This would have been... The mesh for this would have had a collision mesh that just encompassed the whole thing, and you never would have been able to get up on top of this. And I mean, that wasn't even that long ago, but just to keep things, you know, to keep polygons low for collision meshes, they would have just made it a cylinder and encompassed the whole thing. And you just never would have been able to get up here. And now we live in an age where you can just climb on top of everything. Love it. I'm so happy about it. It makes worlds so much more interesting to explore when you know that if you see it, you can probably climb on it. Bye-bye. Why are they all exploding? Vanadium crystals. Ooh, haha. We gonna go down? I fell into a burning ring of fire. Up and down, 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 and the flames went higher. Well, this was not the way that I thought it was. Whoops. Back this way. I love that I can jump through these and I'm still jumping when I get on the other side. Oh, cool. Boing. 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 This is where I wanted to be. Oh, snap. I never saw this before. Hang on. Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. You've seen, and seeing is believing. Your ears and your eyes will be bleeding. Please check to see if you're still breathing. Whoops. Still had out my splodies. I've never been in here before. This is like a whole new area for me. This is really cool. Actually, I should turn on a light for you all, shouldn't I? Sorry about that. And the door opens. That was really cool. I love stuff like that. Oh, it's not over. This is still a different area that I hadn't been in before. Oh. What's up, nerds? Look at all these AKs they got over here. How come I can't steal those? I want to steal the AKs. Also, I think I should probably go ahead and eat some stew. Just to make sure that I don't accidentally ruin my health. And now we're back into the main area. That's nice. That was really cool. I love that I came back to this and found a new area I hadn't been in before. Getting all the stuffs, getting all the stuffs, killing all the people, shooting them in the butt. Bang, bang, choo-choo train. Oh, it's the boss. And it's a dead boss. You ain't here, you dead. Dang. Alright, I think that's pretty much everything over in this area. At least enough for me to get a couple more pumps. And that's all I need, is a couple more pumps. Take Make sure, yeah, we're getting 25 refined parts. I think that's going to be enough for 2, although I might be wrong. Here's hoping. Oh, well, I can only make 1 more anyway because I only have enough standard parts for 1. Womp womp. V, V, X, X. Ready to rock and roll. Now we get twice as much polluted water. Good deal. Alright. I'm gonna go use the restroom and make some food real quick. I need a little something to eat. Then we're gonna come back, think of something better to do. All right. Can I wire up your acid and water? For sure. For sure. Yeah, looks like you're still over there building, so give me just a sec. I'm gonna throw these tacos down real quick. Actually got a little lunch meat, a little pepper jack cheese, some taco action right now. I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. If it can go on a sandwich, it can go on a taco. Hiccup. Way too fast. Wowza. All right. So first thing we got to do, got to get powered all these bad boys. Are all of these wired together? Let's just go ahead and do that. Wire that to that, wire that to that, wire that to that, wire that. Okay. So let's first worry about these ones over here. These should be bringing up regular water. So before we worry about the rest of this stuff, the first thing I want to do is make sure that everything is actually bringing up the type of water it's supposed to. So we are going to wire all of these, and then we're going to wait 5 minutes. Whoops. And then after we wait 5 minutes, we'll see. Oh, they've got little red outlines when you've got a wire and they're not actually powered. That's kind of cool. Okay, so that should be all of their power. So we're going to let those work for about 5 minutes. Then we're going to check each one of them and see that these are pulling up polluted water. And that hopefully these other ones over here are pulling up dirty water. And if that's what's happening, then we'll go ahead and rig up all the water lines and power up all these purifiers. And something else we're going to have to do. Those are almost too tall. So let's build... We need one of these wall pumps. Must be attached to an actual wall. Okay. So I'm going to have to build you a wall. Can I put a wall? Yes, I can, right there. Let's not use that kind of wall. Use kind of the same kind of wall you were already using. Well, it's not great. But it sort of fits. And then we're going to put a water pump on it, because these are actually going to have to go up. We're going to go from these pumps up to these purifiers. $40 more seconds to see here. How are we looking on power? 43 watts used. 43 watts used. 40 watts used. 43 watts used. Okay, so we're almost out of power. We're probably going to have to depower some of these pumps to power all of the... everything else. Because we need 10 for each of these. We need 10 for each of these. And we need 6 for each of these. We need 40, 40, 80, 92 watts. You have the stuff? Cool. It still might not end up being enough because we have to get rid of existing generators. So like you already have, you'd have to get rid of this generator here and your biomass generator. Your biomass generator is already producing 40 watts. Although I guess it's only using 8, so that would give me some more. What is this producing? This is only producing 25 using 4. Okay. Yeah, we might actually be able to make it here. We'll gain a little bit over that biomass generator. It's just not on the ground, but that's why. Okay. Pick these bad boys up. That that might be enough. Do you want to do some boss runs for the mods for your gun? They fixed the hard mode now. Are you actually getting guaranteed purples now? I don't think you're getting guaranteed purples. I'm just going to wait until pro mode. We've only got like today and tomorrow left until pro mode comes out. Yeah, today and tomorrow. I can vamp for 2 more days. Alright, what are we getting here? We're getting dirty water. Perfect. Dirty water. Perfect. You get gold. Yeah, you get legendary mods. But do you get guaranteed purple stats? So when you do a pro mode dungeon... Yo, what's up, Fluffy? How are you? When you do a pro mode dungeon, you get mods that always have at least 1 purple stat. You just end up with better substats. So that's kind of why I'm waiting on pro. Oh, this is also pulling up dirty water. We might be too close to the actual water here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these. And I'm going to move it all the way back here where there's no water. Put it like right there. And see if it pulls up polluted water back there. And if it does, then we'll move all of these to the other side. And just run the water back over here. See, I thought, in my brain, the water side is the front of your house, and this other side is the back of your house. But I think in your brain, this side is the front of your house, and the water side is the back of your house. So when I said back of your house, I meant over here. I think you meant over on the other side. I will keep 3-leg chests and wait till I do pro and see if they stack. Ooh, interesting. Good call. Good call. But I definitely opened up some chests yesterday that only gave me blue stats instead of purples. So for sure, the ones that you get from hard mode don't guarantee purples. So... yeah, that's doo-doo. We don't want those nasty blue stats. Alright, hopefully just 14 more seconds. Hey, here we go. Polluted water in the back. I tell you what, if that works, Ski, I will lose my shiznit. Lose my shiznit. Alright. Well, I'm gonna let you move those, low-key. But first I want to hook them up so that I don't have to fly way over there to get their water. So we're gonna hook up to there. We're gonna hook up there. 3, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we're definitely going to need another one of these little pumps, because I believe they can only have 10 going into them. I'm going to put another one right there. We're just going to take all these lower ones. 1, 2, 3. You suck. 4, 5, 6, 7. Fantastic. And then this one will go to these two. And this one will go to these two. And that will make each of them have 4 going to them. And then this will go here, and this will go here. Those actually are rising. Yep, so they're going to need a pump as well. So we need a small wall right there. And then we need a pump. It's up just barely. Let's just make sure. We go here, here. Nope. Okay, first things first. That one has to go. That one has to go. This. Okay, perfect. And then this one also go there, and that will also go there. Fantastic. Power. Whoops. Power. I hit the wrong button. Power. 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 Fantastic. Reverse all that. V, 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 V. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just make sure those are flowing in the right direction. Only one of them is connected. That's strange. Oh no, there they are. Where is this one going? Okay, those are running the wrong way. So we actually need to elevate these two just a little bit. So I'm actually going to move these a little. And we're going to put a small ceiling. So that we can elevate these up above the pump, or this container, so that everything flows into the container and then everything flows out to these. All of this is flowing up. So when you move these, just make sure that these pumps are lower than this right here. Because they need to be feeding in. And so these pumps are sucking up water and then delivering it here. Oh, that's hilarious, Ski. That's freaking hilarious. Yeah, and then we want everything coming from these to be moving down into these barrels. This is where your impure acid will go. And this is where you'll collect your impure acid to put into your barrels so that you can ferment it. But everything should be hooked up properly, so as soon as you move these, they'll start producing polluted water. And then these should purify that into impure acid. The impure acid will go in here. You have to manually take the impure acid out of here and put it in your barrels. But the purified water from these will automatically be moving to these. So you won't have to worry about your purified water at all. So once a day, just make sure you fill all these up with impure acid. And you should be good to go. And I'll turn that off right there. That is a lot of connecting. Oh, you know what? I haven't actually connected the power to these. Too many connections. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And that one's got 27. That one's got... Okay, so we are going to come up almost 30 watts short. Because we only have 6 watts left. 6.4. Yo, what's up, Drone? Long time no see. I am well, how are you? You said, Ski, you said that you have the ability to make a 7th generator, right? Can you come over to Loki's base and drop another one of these deviated generators? And then I'll drag, that'll be the last power that we need here. And then there should actually be a little bit left. You should have 10 watts left, whatever you were previously powering. I don't know what you previously had powered. But that'll also mean actually your turrets won't have power. I guess you could hook the turrets up to a switch and turn them on when we do purifications if you want. But this is pretty much going to suck up all your power here. Is that pump you moved connected? No, it isn't actually. You're right. It goes to this connection right here. B. Ammo. Now it's connected. Good deal. Thanks for reminding me. So there should actually be some water. Some polluted water. Going into there. How are people making single generators produce? They're not. It's a glitch. It's a glitch. Those other ones that are right down there next to your water source here are actually producing half and half polluted water and regular water. So honestly, you might leave them there, and then you could get rid of this whole pure water system. So that would save you quite a few watts. Right, that's 12. It's 32. Yeah, you could save 32 plus watts over here because you're already pulling up both polluted and regular water. You'll probably end up with more pure water than you actually need. But that would at least save you some power if you wanted. If you want to go for maximum output, then move all these pumps so that they only get polluted water. If you want to get maximum power use, then leave them where they are. But that's totally up to you. I'm gonna have to Google this glitch. I need that. They're fixing it. I actually think it might already be fixed, Sifu. But yeah, there was some sort of a glitch where I forget what it said. It was in the Discord. But they said that there was a certain condition that was causing the deviated power generators to pump out just obscene amounts of power. And I don't remember if it said that they knew what it was and they were fixing it, or if they had already fixed it. It's in the Discord. Not mine, theirs. Nice. Okay. Everything's hooked up now. You can go ahead and beautify to your heart's content. There should be impure acid down here. There we go. You get an impure acid. Fill up these tanks. Nice. Yeah, I mean, if each one of my generators was producing 800 watts of power, I would have unlimited everything. It would be ridiculous. I'm good. I love helping. That's the kind of building that I enjoy doing because it's functional. As long as I don't have to make it pretty, I'm happy. Alrighty then. Oh yeah, of course. I don't actually like all of my specializations. I'm gonna get rid of Super Refinery, because I'm not really needing that. Dingleberry in our hive started the tower while none of us were on. Oh, that sucks, Sifu. What a joke. That's gonna end up happening to most of my hive mates, too. So, I don't really want Super Refinery, I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't really need this disassembly bench, I'm gonna get rid of it. But I have 3 furnaces. So I've got this increased heat, increased output furnace. I've got the Chaosium furnace. And I've got the consume less, crafting time less. That sucks. I'm sorry, Sifu. You should fight that person. This gunpowder extraction is also useless because it takes like 10 hot rocks to make 1 gunpowder, which is absolute doo-doo. So I don't want that. But I like the furnaces and I like my 2 generators. I'm definitely going to be keeping this red plasma rounds in case we get some some Chaos Weavers. And that'll pretty much be it. And then, of course, the rare crystal set just for selling. Making some energy links. Speaking of which, if I have enough crystals of some lower tiers, I do not. Never mind. Yeah, that's kind of why I've been holding off. We've been stuck for almost a week now. We've had our tower up and we haven't done a single purification yet because I've been trying to help everybody get their base defenses up so we don't lose any bases. Because I don't want to lose a base to some bullshit. So we've been putting tons of turrets around, we've put walls up, we've been putting all kinds of stuff up just to try and keep stuff out a little. We've got zip lines going all over the place so we can move around our bases. I mean, we have such an awesome... You can't even see all the bases. There's more bases over there that are too far away to render. But those silver bars... Yeah, I saw that, TPG. Thank you. There's tons more gold and silver in the tower, too. I don't know how much of it we actually need, but there's like 2,000 gold and like 5,000 silver ore in the tower. I mean, just tons and tons of bases. I heard 4 bases got just... Oh, that sucks. But yeah, hopefully we don't lose any bases when we do ours. Because we've been putting in the time to get those defenses up. We got lots of walls going everywhere. We got all kinds of crazy shit going on. I think we'll be alright. Pretty excited about it. In similar situation, lots of players in the Hive got bored and we're back to DayZ after the new DLC. So we have lots of our people are playing. Awesome, thanks TPG. Crossweavers will not go where they want. I'm gonna fuck those Crossweavers up. King Kong ain't got shit on me, dude. I'll go tank a Crossweaver. You don't even know. You don't know me. I can make red plasma rounds. Who has the ability to make good synthesis benches? If anybody can make the advanced synthesis bench, if you could come make me one, that'd be great, and I'll start pumping out red plasma rounds. Yeah, we have 3 people who haven't played in about a week, but everybody else plays pretty much every day. So we have like 9 people playing every day. Plus we've got, and that's just in the Hive. We've got a bunch of people who aren't in the Hive who are over here also. Like Loki and Jay and Zombie's friend over here. And a bunch of people who aren't in the Hive who are also over here with us. But we've got... Heck yeah, dude. Yeah, training day quote. But, I mean, our base is looking so cool. Everybody's doing such a good job. All of these buildings are so cool inside. TPG's base is really great. Loki's base is really great. Freaking Kalon's base is great. Khaleesi's base is great. Darkling's got a little thing going on over here. I love this little base. Party Wizard changed his whole base up and made a really nice base. I might not. I don't have like any of my synthesis stuff unlocked. So I'd have to go all the way down. So yeah, I don't have enough points. You do have one in your base? Okay. Well, I could just bring the resources over. I just want to make sure that I have the ability to make red plasma rounds when we're going to do the actual purification. And I'll just pump a whole bunch out. And then if we get a Chaos Weaver, we can fuck them up. Because I ain't messing around with these Chaos Weavers. Why do I even have this thing? Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really, you know, it doesn't need to be like right this very minute. I'm not terribly concerned about it. I just want to make sure that when it's go time, we're good, you know? And I also, like, I don't care when y'all trigger that thing. I'm not making that decision anymore. I'm just along for the ride from now on. Y'all gotta make all the decisions. This looks so good with all these buildings. All right. I don't care, Ski. I don't care. Nobody can fuck it up worse than I've already fucked it up. So, does not matter to me. Obviously, all the decisions I make are wrong. Somebody else gets to make them now. What do you mean, what did you miss? Hey, thanks a lot, Loki. I appreciate that. Now I have an advanced synthesis bench. It's just so much fun to run around this base. This is why I want to play PAX Day. Because as cool as this base is, PAX Day could be even cooler. Curious as to why you think everything you do is wrong. Oh, because I wanted to have everybody together for the first purification. And then I kept waiting and kept waiting and kept waiting. And now nobody's online at the same time. And we're at 100% waste. So, like, we need to do the purification soon. But we should have done it over the weekend. But I kept pushing it off because I wanted to make sure that everybody had their defenses up. And so I just didn't manage that very correctly. And I fucked it all up. But I've always been aware of the fact that I'm a bad decision maker and leader. That's just not... I get too worried about everybody getting everything that they want, and that's just not the reality of team games. And I have a tendency to not be able to make the difficult decisions. Which is fine. I'm just better at being, you know, a teacher and a helper and, you know, a source of information than I am at being a source of decisions. That's the role that I need to be playing. Because I play a lot and I learn a lot and I'm a quick study. And so I have basically all the information anybody could possibly need. but making the decisions is not my forte. And that's fine. Can't be good at everything, right? I mean, that's fair, Bernie, but then how do you um, how do you determine when that schedule is? Right? Because not everybody is necessarily always going to be able to be on at the same times. So, what if somebody's schedule prevents them from ever being part of that content? Then do you not want to at least sometimes schedule it for a different time? Like, there's just a lot to take in there. And I don't like to be the person who has to say, okay, well, you're not going to get to participate in the content because, the most good for the most people takes precedence. I just don't like that. It doesn't make me happy. And I'm not about to play video games in a way that makes me unhappy. It's not going to happen. I think TPG said he was going to be back in a little while. So I would at the very least wait for him. And then, I mean, Lothar will be back later today, and Darkling will be on later today, and Crapstealer and Sully will probably be on later today, and Sorrows will probably be on later today, and, you know. I mean, that seems like a great way to do it, Bernie, but they won't follow because some people just can't be on at that time. And sometimes it needs to be dynamic. Like, we're not going to just be doing it once a week. We've got enough stuff that we'll probably do another purification tomorrow, and maybe even another one the day after that. So it's not their problem, though. It's our problem, because we're a team. Any one person's problem is everybody's problem when you're operating in a team. And you always want to go, this is something I learned in backpacking, growing up with my dad and going out camping and stuff a lot, is you always go at the pace of the slowest person. Because if the slowest person sets the pace, then nobody gets hurt, nobody gets... Yeah, we have a Discord, Bernie. And we use it sometimes. We've got a poll up in the Discord right now asking when people are available. It's not really going very well, but... I haven't done the new Forsaken Giant yet, Drone. Is the mechanic different, or is the boss pretty much the exact same? Zip line. What do we got going on in here? Can I seriously not access the chat while I'm on the zip line? How obnoxious. Oh, that's exactly what I'm doing, Bernie. So I'm making everybody else make the decisions from now on. Once we get past the anxiety of the first purification, you'll feel better. It's appreciated that you're trying to include the most people possible. I mean, that's just the way it should work. I gotta put my money where my mouth is, you know? I've said more than enough times on this channel that people like me who play a lot should be subsidizing the play of the people in their groups who play a little. Because we have the most ability to give the most aid to the most people. And so it doesn't, it doesn't hurt my play at all. Because I have so much time and because I'm playing so much to do everything I can to assist as many people as I can in accessing as much content as possible. And that's the whole purpose of having people who play a whole lot in a group. And there are too many guilds and too many groups out there, especially in the MMO space, where the people who play a lot get a sense of entitlement. Like, we play so much, we do so much, we deserve, more of the group loot, and we deserve, more of the access to the content if the content is limited. And we deserve, all this other stuff. But it's kind of the opposite. If you want to play in a group, and you're a person who plays a lot, then a lot of your time should be focused on helping the players who don't get to play as much in your group. And doing everything you can to bring as much content to those individuals as possible. If I make these, oh shoot, I need lots of Stardust Source for these. But if I make these and don't ever pull them out, does the timer not start? Decays over time and becomes unstable in 30 minutes. Oh, unstable in 30 minutes. Holy crap. But if I make these, does their timer start before or after I pull them out? Let's find out. It's the reason MMOs are dying. As long as you don't take them, same with food. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, that's awesome. Then I'll just start making batches like that. I'm gonna test it real quick just to make sure, but I think that whole mentality is why MMOs are dying, and specifically why PvP MMOs are no fun. Because the spaces for a lot of PvP content are limited. Like, for example, in New World, where you can only bring 50 people into a war. And so you obviously want to bring your players who play the most, because they're going to be the most skilled. But then that means that at least half of your group, half of your, half of your company can't ever participate in a war, because they don't play enough to rank to say, okay, I get to be in the war. And then, so you basically have 50 people in your guild who are just subsidizing the playtime of the people who are playing the most already by helping them, push to make wars happen and stuff like that. And that's a really shitty feeling if you're one of those 50 people who's not getting to play the war, to know that you've done work to make that war happen and now you don't even get to participate. And, the same thing happens even in open world PvP situations, like Albion Online or Throne and Liberty, where, sure, any number of people can come, but the rewards are almost always going to people who are there more often, because that's how you get the most value out of those rewards, right? Is you give them to a person who's going to be there every single time a fight breaks out, because then that reward is getting used more and more and more. But that person is already playing so much that they're already more powerful than all of your more casual players. So if you would supply those rewards to the casual players, then you would find yourself with more players who are more powerful more often. And your casual players would play more and wouldn't quit playing because they would be gaining power and not feeling like their time was being wasted. But the optimization concepts that we typically follow as gamers tell us that you want to focus in on just a few people. You want to get everybody to their strongest possible point before you move down the list to the next person, and then to the next person, and then to the next person. So if you're, the 40th or 50th person on that list, then you're never going to reach your max power because you're not high enough on the list. New content, new power benchmarks are coming out before you ever reach your maximum power. But those people who are top of the list reached max power in, the first couple of weeks. And then they spent months at maximum power when you all could have potentially gotten to maximum power at, say, 3 months in, had the loot distributions been a little different. That's what was on the PvP server. I always got to participate, but the leaders of the warband would exclude their worst PvPers. I felt bad for the others. The Euros donate, but never got to... Exactly. And we had a really hard time with that in New World. I ran a company in New World when the game first came out. And so we were always trying to invite just as many people as we could. During our first war, during the beta, we actually went and ran a bunch of people who had never been in a war before because we played in a closed beta. And then we also played in the open beta before the launch. So there were a bunch of people who had never played the game before in the open beta. And so we were running people to the war site and inviting like level 15s and 20s into our war just so they had an opportunity to experience the war, because we'd already done so many during the previous beta that we kind of knew what was going on. And we wanted those people to know what to do and what to expect when the game actually fully launched. And so we were doing everything we could to start as many wars as possible and just bring as many noobs as we possibly could into the content, because that's what we felt like was probably the best use of our time. But a lot of hardcore PvP guilds are extremely ruthless about getting certain content availability. And I can't get behind it. I think it's a really huge negative for video games in general. If you want to be ruthless like that, if you want to have the absolute best group, then I think, there should be smaller, consistent PvP systems like, the 3v3s in Throne and Liberty, or something like that you could queue up with just a small number of people. And that's how you express that. And I understand you don't want to lose, right? You want to put your best foot forward. You want your best PvPers to be the people who are in the PvP, because if you bring the not best PvPers and you lose, then that sucks, right? But, and so that's a problem with the systems. If you can only bring, like for example in this game, you can only bring 12 people to a war, and there were 50 people in a war band, right? So you're expecting 38 people to not get to participate. And you're always going to want to bring your 12 best. So those same 38 people are never going to get to participate. And that is bad game design. If you have 50 people in a warband, then 50 people need to be in that fight. Because everybody helped to get that fight going. Everybody's helping to make that warband as strong as it is. And if only not even a quarter of the players get to participate, then you've made a bad game. That is a bad system. And it ultimately wastes the time of those 38 players, because they'll eventually stop playing right after a week or two. Since my transfer is in 15 hours, could please tell me where would be the best place to drop on the map to start? Well, you get two options. You can drop in the Venafjord, or you can drop in the Onyx Tundra. The Onyx Tundra is the lower tier zone. The Venaford is slightly higher tier. So you can drop in Venafjord. That's where I actually started. But you are going to have a little bit more difficulty when you first start. So if you want the easiest time possible, you drop in Onyx Tundra. If you want a slightly more difficult time, you drop in Venafjord. I was involved in coordinating the war, so I had all of our members make hives and invite 1 or 2 new players so they would get experience in wars. The leaders didn't like it, but we took first place. Yeah, I mean, you're going to end up with people leaving because after a week or 2 of being in a hive or a war band that I don't get to participate in wars for, I'm going to stop playing the game. I'm not going to try and make a new war band and go compete against the war band that I wasn't being allowed to participate with, because that's BS. I already did all this work. I've made this war band the #1 war band or whatever. I'm not going to then go start at the bottom and work my way back up to the top. Like, that's ass. I'm just going to quit playing. So you just have tons and tons of people who are putting all this time in, not getting to participate, and eventually they're just like, okay, I'm done. What's the point? And so then, you know, those top players, they get to constantly be involved in the wars. They don't care. They've already gotten everything they need out of those other players. Nope. It says 23 minutes and 24 minutes, and it's supposed to last for 30 minutes. So the timer was definitely kicking down while it was in the bench. Thankfully, that changed to Hive system, worked, and we kept all our players. Yeah. But then, so great for you for getting all the people in your warband into some wars and stuff. But so then the same thing is happening to other people, right? There's only so many wars that are going to happen at any given time. So by your warband taking up more war slots, there were still lots of people on the server who didn't get to participate because your warband was taking up extra slots. So, like, kudos to you, but then still, there's a huge percentage of players on the server who aren't getting to participate. And again, those players are just leaving. You have to create systems that include as many people as possible, because there's just no point in playing a PvP game that is focused on those war systems if you can't participate in them. That's ass. That's not fun at all. It's why I never went back to the PvP system. Or at least not to Evolution's Call. The new system was good because it was all done out in the open world. And anybody could come and participate anytime, and you couldn't stop them from participating. So you didn't have to be in a hive, you didn't have to be in a warband, you just showed up and shot at people. Right? You could build a good fob base, even if you were a solo, you could build a good fob base and go drop it down and be valuable in a defense or an attack. And that was a really, really good system. That was a really good system. The only problem I had with Prism vs. Clash is that the fighting that happened before people got to their base was garbage. The fighting at bases was actually really good, and I really enjoyed it. But being able to track people on the map was trash, and being able to actually get to the Crisis event in time to contest the Crisis event and try and get the deviation was trash. But if they could fix those two things about Prism vs. Clash would be some of the most fun PvP in any video game in history, because it's all open world and everybody gets to participate and there's no gatekeeping. I mean, you absolutely cannot gatekeep Prism vs. Clash. It is impossible because you have no control over who helps and who doesn't. Nobody has control over who gets to participate. And that is how you build a good PvP system. So if they clean up the fighting that happens before people get to their bases, then Prism vs. Clash will be, I mean, heads and shoulders above anything else that I've ever played. As it stands right now, it's doo-doo that I don't want to play, but fix it. It'll be good. Real-time tracking on the map when people are carrying prisms, and longer crisis events. And that's it. And not spawning in the same spot every single time for the crisis event. Dynamic spawns. But those 3 changes would make that game mode the most played game mode in any game like this ever. I would never stop playing Prism vs. Clash if they changed those 3 things. And I just run around solo. I just bring my fob everywhere. I just mess people up all day, every day. It'd be super fun. I need more purified water. Nope. Nope. Now. Nuclear? You creepy motherfucker, dude. Creepy motherfucker. One of these days, I'm going to take you up on your offer, and you're going to regret it. You know, I don't really listen to a lot of Taylor Swift, so I did not know that those were song lyrics. Mm-hmm. Sure you weren't. Sure you weren't. Is there anybody around here who needs any more of my stuff? Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to be making things for Darkling. She said she had flame traps. That's where I'm supposed to put these rifle turrets, but I don't see no motherfucking flame traps. This is me noting I'm looking over again, and you're low on ammo. These are shotgun rounds. 200 shotgun rounds is a lot of shotgun rounds. And also, I don't think I've switched to my tungsten rounds yet. Yeah, see, I've got 4,000 tungsten rounds. I've only got 232 shotgun rounds, but that's a lot for a shotgun. I have plenty of ammo, Kaylee. Thank you very much. I know I'm like #1 personality, and like maybe top 3 in good looking attributes, and like #2 in charisma. Don't hit on me too hard. I'm only in the top 10 in personality. Everything else, not so much. Especially not good looks. I'm about an ugly motherfucker, let me tell you. Darkling, where are these turrets supposed to go? Hey. Did I see one up here? I can't find them. I wonder if maybe they're just not even here. Yeah, they're not even here. That's what it is. I'm just an idiot. There we go. There's our 2 rifle turrets. I'm just a dum-dum. The stuff that we've been talking about. I'm about to go to bed. It's midnight here. I have to be up at 4:30. No, Khaleesi. I didn't realize Darkling was even online. Good night, Darkling. I never actually look at who's online over here. I always just look at how many people are online. But the stuff that we've been talking about is my biggest concern for Ashes of Creation too. Because they're creating a victory system for their PvP combat as well. Where in order to receive rewards in PvP, like for example the system where you move caravans, even if you're the person who started the caravan, in order to receive rewards for moving your caravan, you have to win the fight when people come to attack your caravan. Otherwise, they destroy your caravan and they get to take all your goods. And so you've created a system where only victory allows you to gain those rewards. And in a system like that, everybody joins the winning side. So if you're not willing to be beholden to the leader of the winning side, then you're effed. I'll give you a tip: get as much rubber and electronics as you can. Now, I have quite a bit of rubber and electronics. I go and do my run a couple of times a day. Actually, I need to go do it again. Just relog in real quick, but I go run up to the Sunshroud Cave a couple of times a day and get rubber and electronics. But that is a good tip. You're right. Need to go do it again. But I'm really concerned that that game is only going to be rewarding victory, and then everybody is going to end up being beholden to a very small number of people. And that really shouldn't be how that game operates. You should have lots of really small guilds that all come together as part of cities, and they should all be working independently towards common goals. But I don't think that that's what's going to end up happening. And I'm pretty concerned about it. Because I really want that game to be wonderful. But I just don't think it's going to be. The base systems are going to be there, right? Crafting is going to be interesting. Gathering is going to be interesting. All the artisan stuff is going to be interesting. Combat seems like it's going to be pretty good. But you know, they're talking about this quote-unquote risk versus reward system. Ashes of Creation is like the big game that I'm just really looking forward to in the future. But the way I see it is, so imagine if you were playing a sport, like in real life, like baseball. And whenever, so you joined a team, and you went and you had your first match, and you lost your first match, and so you didn't get anything for losing. But the team that won got corked bats, so that during their next game, they would have corked bats. And so that would just make it easier for them to hit home runs, and, you know, doubles and triples and all that stuff. You didn't get anything because you lost. So then in your next engagement, you don't even fight the same team, right? You fight a totally different team. But the new team that you're fighting or playing against also won their last game, so they also have corked bats. So now not only did you lose your last game, you're fighting or you're playing against a team that won their last game. They have better equipment than you because of winning that last game. That would make everybody on that team quit playing. Because why would you go into an unfair scenario like that? That's absolute trash. Well, so all of these PvP games literally do exactly that. They reward victory with the best gear and, you know, resources to get gear, resources to get consumables, all of that stuff. And Ashes of Creation isn't going to be any different. And then everybody will just quit. I understand. What are your thoughts on, like, shoes that make runners run faster and stuff like that? It depends. So it depends on the tier of play that you're playing at. Because, for example, if this is like Pee-wee soccer or something like that, where everybody's 8 years old and nobody's dedicated their lives to soccer yet, then absolutely, I don't think those things should be allowed because they give an unfair advantage to kids who come from affluent families, right? And then you don't want those things to be happening. In the world of professional sports, where, you know, millions and millions of dollars are made every year, where there's more than enough money to supply every professional athlete with this top of the line gear that makes you run faster or do whatever, then I could absolutely see that being a perfectly acceptable way to go about it. But you have to look at, you know, what is the cost of these resources and how likely is it that every person playing this tier of play is going to be able to access something of that cost. Even something like basic soccer cleats can be kind of expensive to a kid who only gets one pair of shoes every couple of years. Or only gets one pair of shoes every time his feet grow, or whatever. What about athletes from poor countries who don't have access to new gear, and they can never get to the professional level to make money? See, and that's where the problem lies, and that's the point, is that at that pre pro level, everybody needs to be playing on a level playing field, so people can stand out for their skill and for their ability, so that they can be brought into the professional level. Because players who are amateurs, you know, I guess you have amateur competitions, and that's how sports players earn their first bit of money to become professionals, is they win these amateur competitions that have potential payouts. And as soon as you start earning money, you become a professional. And so if those amateur competitions are limited and don't allow these sort of paid victory conditions, then that's acceptable. But again, at every tier of play, you have to look at, you know, what is the availability of these things. And the same thing is true in video games, right? We have level availability for items. And so you have to look at, when you're setting up PvP situations, if you want players to be able to PvP at all tiers of play, then you have to limit the players that they'll play against. Even if, like in this game, where it's not necessarily the weapon that you're using, but the tier of the weapon that you're using that dictates your damage. So I can use a bullseye at level 1, bingo at level 1, but a level 50 gets a tier 5 bingo. So if you wanted to have PvP at all tiers in this game, which they don't. They just want you to get to max level and PvP at max level, because getting to max level is easy. But if you had a game where it was maybe really slow to level up, and you wanted people to be PvPing in every tier of play, then you would have to make it where people who had tier 2 gear couldn't kill people in tier 1 gear, and people who had tier 3 gear couldn't kill people who had tier 2 gear. Because if you don't do that, then your PvP becomes locked behind max level. Because there's no point in PvPing until you get to max level if max level players can kill you. And so that was another huge problem with Throne and Liberty, was because you could buy all of the best gear straight up pretty much from day one. There was no point in participating in PvP until you had the best gear, because you couldn't avoid players who had swiped to make themselves better in PvP. And so as soon as you don't have tiers of play, you lock your content behind max level and max gear score and, you know, all this other stuff. You create barriers to entry, which is why the first MMO I ever played was Dark Age of Camelot. Throne and Liberty was super pay to win. It was abhorrent. You could spend thousands of dollars and just instantly be better than everybody else in that game. It was... I don't know if you ever played Lost Ark, but it was very much on par with Lost Ark's pay to win. It was terrible. And it made the game very unfun. Which is why I don't play it anymore. But the original game that I played, the first MMO I ever played, was called Dark Age of Camelot. And in that game, starting at level 20, there were PvP battlegrounds. And the battlegrounds only lasted for 5 levels. So from level 20 to 25, actually I think it was level 21 to 25, there was a battleground. From level 26 to 30, there was a battleground. From 31 to 35, there was a battleground. Maybe it was 20 to 24, 25 to 29. Yeah, that's what it was. So 20 to 24, 25 to 39, or 29, 30 to 34. And those were the cutoff points. And so you would get your character up to those levels, and then you actually had a command in your chat. You could hit \XP off. You could turn off your ability to gain XP, and you would stop yourself at the level you were at. And so then you would go out at, say, level 24, and you would go find the absolute best gear you could for your level 24 character. And then you would go into the level 20 to 24 battlegrounds, and you would PvP with other level 20 to 24s. And while you were doing that, there was another progression path that was a PvP progression path called Realm Ranks. And even in these early battlegrounds, you could earn Realm Rank points to upgrade that PvP progression path up to a point. And if you exceeded a certain point, then you were no longer eligible to join the battlegrounds, just like if you were too high of a level. So your goal was at each of these level breakpoints to spend time going, and we called it temping out your character. Right? So you would follow your template for your character, which was the best gear that you could possibly think of to get. And then you would go into the PvP battlegrounds at each tier, and you would PvP. Sometimes it would take months to get to the realm rank that you were trying to get to, but the entire time, your character was feeling extremely strong, right? Because you were as strong as you could possibly be at that level. And you would just go out, you would PvP, and it was this big siege warfare, and there'd be, 15, 20 people from each side out there, and you just go ham on it. And eventually that led into, you would get to max level, which was level 50, and then you'd go actually out into the realm versus realm world, which was huge, just like Guild Wars, Guild Wars 2's realm versus realm. And you go out there and you siege castles, and you siege all kinds of stuff, and you fight people, and it's just this big, massive war that's going on out there all the time. Or maybe like ESO. would be a better analogy. But you had all these wonderful breakpoints, so even if you were a slower player, you didn't have to, spend months getting to level 50 and then go PvP. You spent, a couple of weeks getting to level 20. And then you went and learned about your character at that level in PvP, and then you got your good gear, and then you PvP'd for a while. And then, you spent a week getting up the next 5 levels. Then you went and PvP'd for a while. And then you spent a week getting up the next 5 levels. And then you went and PvP'd for a little while. And so at every tier of play, you were just getting to do all of the content. You were getting to access everything. And it was totally free, right? You couldn't, not free to play, but like, it wasn't based on guilds or anything like that. You went and you fought with everybody from your realm. And so I was always playing Hibernia. The other was Albion and Midgard were the other 2 realms. And you would just go out there and fight. And it was this realm versus realm versus realm combat. And, I mean, it was literally the best PvP system I've ever played in an MMO. And it's the first MMO I ever played. And everything since then, except for the original Guild Wars, has just felt like absolute garbage. Because it's all controlled by the players, and it's all, it's all max levels, so the leveling process doesn't even matter. And I never get to stop and, like, try and gear up my character at lower levels because it's pointless. And it's not a great experience like it was back then. And so I just really wish there are so many things about old MMOs that were so good. And sure, they need to be worked on, right? There wasn't nearly enough content back then. We didn't know any better because we were new to MMOs, because MMOs were new. And so we didn't know any better that only having 1 dungeon at level 20 wasn't enough. But we know that now, and game developers make bigger worlds now, and they have the ability to make more content now, so you can have 30 level 20 dungeons. Well, not 30, but 5 or 6 level 20 dungeons, and 5 or 6 level 30 dungeons, and 5 or 6 level 40 dungeons, and, all of this stuff can exist. Honestly, if you have to, launch the game and only have it go up to level 20. Right? And have your 5 or 6 level 20 dungeons, and then do like games do, where you keep increasing the level cap and putting out new gear. But when you do that, don't get rid of the PvP potential at these lower tiers. Right? Allow people to come into the game and level up to level 20 and do the PvP that was available at level 20 when that was the cap. And then raise the cap 5 and everybody else gets up to 25 or whatever, and then they play the PvP. And really slowly get. Like, let's take years to get to level 50. That's fine. As long as there's plenty of content, the level that you cap at doesn't really matter. I don't want to say lazy, because it's not like they're working less, right? They're still crunching all the time. They're still putting in massive hours. They're still doing all this work. I think lazy is maybe the wrong word, Sorrows. But it feels like they lost creativity, maybe. And there haven't been a ton of really good innovations in this space in a long time. Heck, honestly, you don't even necessarily need to innovate. They've just been emulating the wrong games, in my opinion. Because we had Dark Age of Camelot, we had Guild Wars 1. We had all of these great games in the past. And if you emulate those games instead of World of Warcraft, then I think you would have a better game. Because WoW is garbage. I played that game to like level 12. I never went back. Because compared to a lot of other old MMO games, it was just absolute trash. It may have gotten better since then, but when WoW and Dark Age of Camelot were out at the same time and prominent, Dark Age of Camelot was infinitely better than WoW. Open world bosses and open world dungeons, like there was almost no instanced content in Dark Age of Camelot when it was out way back in the day. It was all open world content. It was such a good game. They eventually added some instanced content so that you could level up solo, which was unfortunate. but that didn't come for years and years. Such a good game. Yeah, Lazy doesn't quite convey what I'm thinking. It's like Hollywood, they found a formula that made a lot of money, and now that's all they do. Now there's not money in it because they've made it boring. Exactly. Exactly. There's only so many times that I can play the exact same game over and over before I'm like, meh. Don't think I care anymore. Which is why Once Human is so refreshing. I mean, this game is wildly different than anything else I've played. I'm fairly fond of it. There are certainly some problems. You know, they've built this game for a different kind of player than me. The game is just geared more towards people who only play 2 or 3 hours a day instead of people who play, you know, 8 to 12 hours a day. And so I find myself a little bored after I play for, you know, I played for the first 3.5, 4 hours today, and I had lots to do. And it was very interesting and very entertaining. And now I've kind of gotten to a point where there's not a lot for me to be doing right now. I'm just kind of running in circles, talking. And I could, you know, I could go get some more gold. I could go get more of things. But eventually, I mean, you can tell, just based on my space-time backpack, that I have never needed. I have 2,000 silver ore in my freaking space-time, 3,000 silver ore in my space-time backpack, 4,000 silver ore. Like, I have all of this oil, I have all of these things. So I've obviously never needed all of the resources I've been able to accumulate every season. And that's because the game's just not built for me. But it's an incredible game from an innovation standpoint. They have done wonderful stuff to make this game interesting. And seeing how much things have changed from the previous seasons, Prism versus Clash was an extremely unique PvP system. This thermal tower is an extremely unique community building system. So what they come out with next, I'm sure is going to be another really unique mechanic that I like a lot. Figure out how to switch the power from acid to turrets. I also had to remove 2 fridges and synth bench. So just put everything on switches. So instead of, and you won't even need to do a lot of them. So, honestly, I wouldn't even do it to the pumps. I would just do it to these osmosis filters, right? Because this is 40. And that's more than enough for all of your turrets, right? Now they take 6 apiece and there's 12 of them. So you need 60 something. So there's 40 here. Actually, I would do these pure water pumps over here. So you can get 72. Yeah, so these 4 osmosis filters, those 2 filters, and these 2 pumps is 72 power. And that's what you need to power 12 turrets. So if you set these things to a switch that you can turn off, and the turrets to a switch that you can turn on, then you can remove 72 watts and add 72 watts during times when you need your turrets. You should be good to go. Look at all them headshots. Did y'all see that? That was tight. I shot all of those over her left shoulder, though. It's also possible that you only need to connect the turrets to a switch, and that switches take priority. So the way it works is I had eels before, and the newest thing that I added would not be powered when the eels weren't actively on my generators. So it might be that switches take priority. So if you just add all your turrets to a switch and turn the switch on, then it might just kill, you know, random things that are attached most recently, and then your turrets will just turn on. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but that actually seems probably reasonable, that the switch stuff takes precedence. So you may only have to connect your turrets to the switch. I've never used switches. I prefer to just keep everything that I have on 100% of the time, even my turrets and stuff. I don't like having to turn switches on and off. It annoys me. Gotta put away my vanadium crystals. But I'm really excited to see what happens next with this game. And I'm really excited to see them mash some of their systems together. Right, if we could have thermal towers and Prism versus Clash, like that'd be really cool. Because you could create, you know, if you set it up so that the thermal tower was double size, but had like a really big heat wave or a really cold wave around it, and then you put bases inside the first layer and left the second layer open, then you could just have this whole base size layer of cold space that people had to get through before they could even get to your bases to try and destroy them. And so they would have to bring tons of like cold weather gear, and then you could just leave like heaters inside your bases, so you'd be shooting from nice warm positions to defend your bases from and do your purifications from. So there's some really interesting stuff that could be done just mixing the two mechanics that they've added so far. So as they add more mechanics to this game and we move into future scenarios where we maybe can add some of those other mechanics together, we start looking at maybe having some really interesting scenarios on our hands. I would love to have Prime Wars still. We've got thermal towers, but we have no Prime Wars. If we got to have both of those things at the same time, that would be freaking phenomenal. Oh my god. There's so many huge world boss type events going on all the time. It would be so much fun. So much fun. And for the love of everything, please fix the trucks. I desperately want to drive around on a truck, shooting other people driving around on trucks. Nothing will make me happier than a mobile scenario where I just get to drive around on a truck, killing people on trucks. Pretty please, give me that. Just want to look out over our domain here. I like that Mother Sorrows and Party Wizard put these little triangles up here, like real parapets. It's funny. What else might we need for Tier 3 or Phase 3? I mean, I guess we need more bullets. I can just make bullets. Do we want to try and get like some gold ore and make like special bullets? Do I even have the ability to make special bullets? I don't. The memetics here. Let's see what we got. Shrapnel, no. I'm pretty sure it's gold ore for fire, right? Shock or unstable bomber. Oh, is it just stardust? For both burn and frost vortex? Ooh. Ooh. That's up plus 15% psi intensity. That's actually huge for this build because of the explosions. I might be making some of these. Both those and rifle bullets. I need so much Stardust Source. Even funny. What does it want me to do over here? I don't even know. I also need to make my other 10. Jeez. Can't believe I still haven't made those. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that Remya. I don't need a fish tank anymore. And facilities, function facilities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. What are we gonna put in these? We just put a mess of Fetch-a-Lot bunnies in here. That'd be hilarious. We'll put a Buzzy Bee. For sure. For sure with the Buzzy Bee. F it. Have a gingerbread house. Ooh, and then nutcrackers. We definitely need some nutcrackers. Nutcracker. Who am I giving this atomic snail to? I could put just a whole mess of tar puddings in here too. Let's do it. Let's make some tar puddings. I love tar pudding. Put a stupid amount of paper dolls in there. I guess we need a Gazuchio. We don't have one. And then we'll put 3 paper dolls in. 3 Fetch-a-Lot bunnies. Do I have a good Alice Fetch-a-Lot bunny? 3, 3, 1, 1. 1, 1. Oh my goodness. Okay, well let's look for some good paper dolls then. 4, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. 4, 1, 4, 3. We'll put a 4, 3 in. Five, 2 goes in. And let's put the 2-3 Fetch-A-Lot Bunny in there, or the 3-3 Alice Fetch-A-Lot Bunny in there. Because why not? Yes. Go get me fuel. Yes. And I have my cool little Buzzy Bee. I love Buzzy Bee. Buzz, buzz, Buzzy Bee. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Throw your teacher overboard and listen to her scream. What are you doing, zombie? How come I don't see these turrets placed anywhere? What are you doing? You're killing me, Smalls. Killing me. Zombie, zombie. Oh wow. Why am I suddenly... Oh, because I went and did... Never mind. I was like, why am I suddenly down 100 and something rounds? But, I did another cave run a little while ago. And that's why. Gotta go get some more bullets before Kaylee comes over here and gives me a hard time. Makes fun of me for being bad at video games. I don't think that I could withstand the ridicule. Maybe I should just bring some creatures over. Maybe I should get rid of some of this stuff that I recently upgraded and go ahead and get the capturing and breeding again. I guess I don't need this or this anymore. And honestly, I don't need that or that. I do need the water pumps, but I think that's enough. I can probably do the capturing, the taming, and the breeding. And then maybe I should just build myself... Do animals still clip through things? Do you all know? Are they still all janky? And do they still attack you if they don't have a certain amount of stuff? Because I think what I want to do here, I'm just going to put single foundation. And I'm going to put single feeding trough. And I'm probably going to fish, because I probably want bears. Then we're going to go into our inventory here. We got S-tier bears coming at our hoo-has here. Bear cub, S-tier bear cub, yes please. A-tier bear cub, A-tier bear cub. Let's grab some S-tier bears. Was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Nice. Then we're gonna go do a little fishing. Which probably means I need some bait. Which I'm fairly certain somebody put in this thing over here, so I'm gonna steal it. So I have to make a personal inventory for these because if you have things that are linked to you, you can just make a private storage, and then linked stuff can go in your private storage. In case you didn't know. Get shot at. What are we doing over here? You can have that. And some of that. Actually, I want that back. You can have that. And that. And that. And that. Just gonna dump all the stuff I don't want on Loki here. Okay, no trade then. It's fine. Yeah, no worries. There's some bait over here. I'm not terribly concerned about it. I know somebody put some dough bait. Boom, 26 dough baits. Where's that person who wanted me to try out fishing in the lava for him? I said I wasn't gonna do it. Now I'm gonna do it. I can raise these bears. Ah, ah. Nobody laugh. Shit's not funny. Stupid game. Game cheated. I don't know how, but it cheated. I said not to laugh. TPG. Not to laugh. What you're doing is the opposite of not laughing. Makes me feel very bad about myself. I thought you were able to fish here. What's going on? Up and to your left. Well... Alright. Teleport. I have a regular fishing rod. You can make an advanced fishing rod? That's not a big deal, Lothar. I'll figure it out. Figure it out. Do I need the advanced fishing rod, or just make everything easier? Well, I guess I'll just go fuck myself then. Yes, I'll just go fuck myself then. I don't care about you nerds. Going over here and I'm teleporting. You have to buy the advanced fishing rod? Well, that's stupid. That's stupid. I don't like it. Let me in. Oh, it's a formula. Wow, look at all these formulas we got here. Okay. Okay. I see you. I've never seen this before. Am I supposed to cast into that? thanks, TPG. I'm gonna let somebody else have it. I have the thing now, so it doesn't matter. Oops. I forgot how fishing worked. I got a salmon. I got a salmon. I got a salmon. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, I can get a polar jelly? Wait, what? I didn't think I snapped that one off. I didn't know you could get a polar jelly. Ooh, rainbow trout. Come here, you trout mouse son of a bitch. A new record. Oh, hey, there's another person. Oh, it's another ally. Who that is? Who that is? Oh, we're supposed to catch a bunch of fish. I get it. So the more we catch, the bigger the swarm gets. That's actually really cool. I like that there's a whole mini game going on now. Ooh, polar jelly. How good is it, I wonder? Bet you it's doo-doo. Yeah, there's so many fish down in there. That's so cool. The Great Northern Pike. So pretty. I like the fish in this game. They really do look good. Hey, there's another person from the hive. Ian Lothar. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I can see what the event actually does here. was an itty bitty pike. Oh shit. Yo, that's really cool. There's even more fishes. I have a Sad Alex song stuck in my head now. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that artist. She posts a bunch of stuff on YouTube. She's hilarious. Hilarious. Wake up. Looks like a football. Like a really funky looking football. Yo, that's an itty bitty northern pike. It's like the smallest one I've gotten so far. Ridiculous. So ridiculous. Snacky Snacks. That Snacky Snacks person was in the very first season that I played. In the same server as me. I think they've pretty much been in every server I've been on so far. Online and ready whenever you guys want to do the purification. It don't matter to me. I'll do whatever makes you happy. Oops. Not my line. And then I accidentally reeled it in before there was a fish on it. We don't need no stinking help, Lothar. We're the Biscotti bandits. Everybody else is inconsequential. Be back in game in a few. Okay. Oops. Fuck 'em. That's not true. I think everybody should come. And I'd be more than happy to have lots of people. I just felt like being a shit for a minute there. Put it in my pocket. Hey, Party Wizard's here too. Oh, nope, that's not Party Wizard. Just looks like Party Wizard. Narnian. But he spelled it like Nar from League of Legends. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Dooby-doo, 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 doo-doo, ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. You two will be rocking that amazing looking outfit soon. Just need the 8K. Alright. I'm happy for you, Ski. I personally don't actually like that coat. Like the way it looks. I don't mind it as an item. Just don't like the way it looks. I'm actually gonna reel this in real quick, and I gotta use the restroom real fast. Yo, holy shit, it turned gold. Look at it. That's real shiny. What's out here? Somebody killed an alligator? What in tarnation? Let me catch a golden fish. Real? That's just a regular old rainbow trout. To me, trout. No! I'm almost out of bait. Where in the world have you been hiding? Really, you were perfect. I only wish I knew your secret. Who is this new tutor? Any of y'all ever seen Phantom of the Opera? Such a good play. Sing once again with me, our strange duet. My power over you grows stronger yet. And though you turn from me, I'm out of bait. Thanks for helping me get this up to gold there, though, everyone. So cool. So shiny. I see your hiney, nice and shiny. Better hide it, or I might bite it. What up, Gazuchio? You're in the way. Nice. Almost the perfect amount of these really common fish. And then we're gonna take all of our... Ooh, yeah. Let's get the formula lure. Oh. Well, I already had those. You suck. Where's my bears? I definitely pulled 6 bears out of Eternal Land, right? Where'd they go? Oh, Right. I put them in the storage. Holy crap. Can't believe I already forgot that. Jeebus. Alright. We actually need... hang on. Gotta get some purified water here. Because the bears are gonna be thirsty. We're gonna have to take out one of these. Put in some aqua. And then... use. Place. Inventory 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 use. They no longer attack, right? I really hope not. And hopefully they eat. Well, that one looks like he's eating. Or drinking. Something. Yep. Somebody ate a fishy. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Nice. When they get all tiered up and they'll actually fight things, then I'll go ahead and put their trough and them on the outside of the wall. And then they can just fight stuff out there. Whenever anything comes around. I get around, round, 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 I get around. Holy crap. I've got over 1,000 sproutlets. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. The kind of love drives a man insane. You stole my will. What a thrill. What are you doing over there, buddy boy? Yep. Sure am. Thanks, Ski. Although I haven't really been talking. Not about anything important anyway. Just been BSing. I do like having these bears just wandering around, though. Kind of awesome. I like that they made it so that they don't attack you anymore, because that was gruesome. Now we can just have them out, you know, roaming. Makes it much easier to deal with. I'm gonna need this bear to get off of my freaking trough, though. Oh my goodness. We're almost out of fish already. What the hell? I think we're going to gather this up. Take this paper boy out. Then we're gonna go into our Eternal Land. Gonna transfer us out. Froggy. 5-1 Froggy. 4-2 Froggy. Let's take out the 5-1 Froggy. Froggy. We're gonna put that bad boy in there. Because I need more baits. And I don't feel like making them. Do you think if you try to go out in the wild and tickle a polar bear, it will attack you? I know for a fact, if you try to go out in the wild and tickle a polar bear, it'll attack you. And if you mean in real life, it won't just attack you, it will eat you while you're still alive. As long as you comfort your dino, it doesn't do anything. There's no dinosaurs in Once Human, brother. Yeah, you don't want to mess around with bears. There's a reason that when primitive man was given the option of taming wild bear species or taming wild dog species, they chose to tame wild dog species. And that's because we are no match for bears. I would love to resurrect dinosaurs. They wouldn't live in the environments of the world that we have now. Pretty sure that even the makeup of gases in our atmosphere was pretty drastically different when dinosaurs roamed the world. So even if you did manage to somehow splice together enough DNA to make a viable dinosaur embryo, there's no way that it would actually survive on Earth. You would have to keep it in a containment unit and pump the proper kinds of gases into that unit to make sure that it would stay alive. And that seems like a horrible way for a creature to live, so we probably shouldn't do that. But if we ever get the ability to terraform a planet, and, you know, our society advances to a tier 2 or tier 3 society, we start moving to other planets and expanding our reach, it might be nice to change some of the planets to have atmospheres similar to those of different time periods on Earth and attempt to resurrect some extinct animals on those planets to live, you know, just freely and openly on a planet that was designed specifically for the time that they were alive. Maybe get to see how they evolve or how they would have evolved naturally had whatever caused them to become extinct never occurred. You know, there's likely, maybe not in this solar system, but in some other solar system in our galaxy, it's possible that some of the now dead planets at some point had life on them in the past. And if we could even resurrect some of that ancient life from planets that are completely different than ours, like that'd be really cool. It'll never happen in our lifetimes, obviously. That's thousands and thousands of years in the future. But, you know, it might be something that humankind can do. Do you think we live in a simulation where more advanced humans put us back here to see how they once evolved? So simulation theory says that the closer we get to being able to create a simulation of our universe, the more likely it is that we already live in a simulation of our universe. I'm okay with spaghetti monsters, Ski, or Lothar, no worries. Um, so I think because simulation theory will eventually be proven absolutely or disproven, well, it'll never really be disproven, but because there is, sorry, train, because there is an absolute proof point for simulation theory, where if we ever create a true simulation of our universe, then we will know pretty much without question that we ourselves live in a simulation, then there's no reason really to worry about it until such a point as we can create that simulation for ourselves. So, do I think it's a possibility? Sure, why not? It's totally a possibility. As far as I know, that concept doesn't break any core laws of physics. It just requires computing technologies drastically more advanced than what we have now. So, you know, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. If it's not, then it's not. We will know fairly certainly whether or not we live in a simulation once we can create our own. No, I live in Illinois, not New York. I would probably lose my mind if I lived in New York. Speaking on compute tech, my major was in chemical engineering with a minor in nanoscience. Oh, that's cool. I majored in computer science and managed to get through a whole 3 semesters before I dropped out of college. Which I guess I should have assumed was going to happen because I also dropped out of high school. Yeah. Yeah. Like 8 years ago, there was a proposal for carbon-based compute. I mean, so didn't they just recently, well, ran out of time. I'm off to play some D&D. Have a great evening. Yeah, have a good time, Mother Sorrows. Enjoy your D&D. Tell us all about it tomorrow. So isn't the thing that they recently did that drastically increased internet speeds? Didn't they just expand? Well, not expand, But isn't the reason that they were able to so drastically increase internet speeds that they were able to more specifically measure the frequencies of light that they were getting through fiber optic cables? So normally the thing that limits computing power is bandwidth, right? You can only transmit so much information across so many different wavelengths through the same cabling before you quote unquote saturate your available wavelengths, is my understanding of sort of what bandwidth is. But a big part of that is that our tools to measure those wavelengths, and so also measure the information that is being transmitted through those wavelengths, has a limit, right? Even though there are technically infinite wavelengths, because they can, they can differ from each other by an infinitesimally small amount. So there are technically a bounded infinity between every two wavelengths, just like there's a bounded infinity between each two numbers. So the more specifically you can measure those wavelengths, and the more specifically you can identify the information being transmitted through those wavelengths, ultimately you exponentially increase the amount of information you can transmit through that medium. When I was in research, it was faster to load data on a hard drives and fly those drives to any location instead of sending it through the internet. Well, exactly, nuclear. And that's because the data density of a hard drive versus those fiber optic cables is very, very different. You're taking terabytes of data and moving it once instead of moving, megabits of data over and over again. It's definitely about density. The bandwidth of flying a hard drive is much greater than the bandwidth of a fiber optic cable. But I think a lot of the stuff that is holding back computer technology today, after I learned about this advancement that they made in bandwidth for fiber optic lines, is just our ability to measure things. Because there is an infinity in everything. And so the smaller you can make the distinction between two things being different, then the greater your understanding and the broader your scope is within that same distance. Compute power is currently very limited by the size of silicon atoms. We physically cannot fit more transistors closer together. Right, but that's just computer processing power. That's not transmission speeds. Because we also have a significant difficulty transmitting information at high enough speeds or in great enough chunks to make that compute even necessary. There are fairly few, outside of research and development of new technologies, there are very few situations where you could get enough information off the internet to really need computing power greater than what we have today. And so, at least from a consumer perspective, compute is in a fairly good place right now. But as we start drastically increasing the bandwidth of our ability to transmit information, then we will absolutely need to be able to deal with that transmission at end user in greater volumes at greater speeds. But that's not really what end user computers are used for. Because, for example, like with this game, while some of these assets are already on your computer, right? Because you downloaded the game. So all of these tiled assets exist on your hardware. The configuration that they're in here does not. And that's why games like this generate so much lag and generate so much server lag, is that your server, because you don't want to put the onus on the end user's computer, so the server is generating this mesh at runtime using these pre-existing tiles, because it's not something that's saved in the game's files. And then it's transmitting that information to you. And so you are receiving the information about these player-created meshes along with the information for your collisions as you play this game. Because this is not happening on your local machine. Because if it was happening on your local machine, then you could manipulate it and cheat. So for gaming specifically, greater transmission capability will equal drastically better video games. I have to close my computer down to a black screen and exit the game and reload it real quick. At least that's my fairly limited understanding. I obviously never graduated college, and I didn't even graduate high school. So I'm not like a PhD in computer science, and I've never programmed a video game. But based on how I understand, rendering and stuff like that works, and how games try to operate primarily server side for the sake of defending against cheating, that is what I believe is the way that games like this work. And it'll absolutely be better. I play on a remote computer, and while greater bandwidth is not likely going to protect me from input lag, right, because that's mostly a transmission speed thing and you can't exceed the speed of light, greater bandwidth will absolutely allow remote gaming to keep up with resolution increases in the future as we, move into 4K, 8K, 16K, whatever it is that we're going to have in the future, in order to meet those resolution standards from a remote position. You have to be able to send huge bursts of data for every frame, and bandwidth absolutely limits that. Which is why I'm pretty sure you can only play 4K on NVIDIA GeForce Now on their 40 series cards if you pay $20 a month. And I think that's where it caps out at, is just 4K. And I think remote gaming is kind of the future of gaming, because one of the biggest advantages that console gaming has over PC gaming is that everyone's hardware is exactly the same. And so QA for a game that's being built on a console is extremely simple because you just have one set of parameters to work with. And if you can make it work with that particular system, then nothing else matters. You can optimize it specifically for those machine parts. And so you can end up getting drastically more value out of the physical configuration of your machine. Whereas with PC gaming, because you can't optimize just for these parts that we have right now, you have to create, levels of detail, which means, basically creating 4, 5, 6 models for everything that you do so that the level of detail can operate properly, so that you can see things in different graphical settings based on the machine that you use. You have, totally different CPUs and GPUs from totally different companies made on completely different architectures, running completely different, what's the thing that you update for your graphics all the time? Gosh, I forget the word for it. But because you just have so many different machines and so many different layouts and combinations of those parts, it's almost impossible to properly QA a game before its launch. Because, how are you going to possibly check all of those different machines? And so I think remote gaming is kind of the future because, for example, NVIDIA GeForce Now, all of NVIDIA GeForce Now's machines are the same. Every time I log on to one of their machines, it operates exactly the same, and I'm never logging on to the same machine. Right? It just takes my partition of my data, my saved information, and loads it up on whatever machine that I'm accessing. And then I access that machine and use that hardware. It always works exactly the same. It always uses the exact same settings, and it always looks the same, and it's perfectly fine, just like I was working from my home computer. But if every person who logged into the game, specifically for MMOs, I think this would work really well. If every person who logged into the game was logging in to a remote machine, then you would have tons of control over cheating, right? There would be no ability to load hardware on the machine that the game was running to be able to pull data that was being transmitted from the server to the client PC, and from the client PC back to the server, right? Even the association between those two things could be drastically closer. And you could actually do a lot of client-side authoritativeness because there wouldn't be any opportunity to cheat because you wouldn't have access to load files or load programs into those machines. Now, you would still be able to use machine learning and machine vision to use pixels that were being transmitted to your local machine and be able to do, machine learning and AI-based bots and what are some of the other things people use when they're playing fighting games and stuff, scripts and stuff like that. It would all have to be based on computer vision instead of the packets of information that you could pull from the transmission stream from the server to the client. And so you could really limit cheating. You talk about kernel level anti-cheat with Valorant and stuff like that. There would be no need for that because I'm not doing anything to any of the files, right? I'm just sending my inputs. I'm making inputs here on my local machine, and then it's sending those inputs to the client machine that I'm playing on, and then that machine is actually handling the inputs because it's the machine where the game is loaded. This game is not loaded on my computer at all. So I have no access to the game files. I have no access to the client-server communications stream. I have no access to any of that. So I couldn't cheat in this game if I wanted to, unless I was using computer vision. Which is kind of insane. I would love to see games do that in the future. And because they were just optimizing for a single set of, or even two sets, right? There's two. You can pay $10 a month and get a 20 series card, or you can pay $20 a month and get a 40 series card. Again, everything else is the same basically about those computers. You know, there's just two completely distinct setups. And so even if you only had to optimize for those two setups, like that's huge. And as we make strides in increasing just the overall bandwidth of our shared networks, right, our global networks, by increasing our ability to read data in a more precise way, then we start having the ability to send those files, send those transmissions more and more and more. I mean, thousands of people use NVIDIA GeForce Now. At least as many people as play, you know, popular MMO games. So you could absolutely have an MMO that was hosted entirely on NVIDIA GeForce Now systems. And you could even set that up as like part of the bundle, right? Like, you know, I pay $10 a month for NVIDIA GeForce Now. Maybe they bump it up to 15 or 20, and then I get access monthly to this game, to this MMO. And that'll be my subscription and my NVIDIA GeForce Now subscription. And then I can play any other NVIDIA GeForce Now game if I own it, right? But then I also get access to this other game. I think that would be great. I wouldn't want anything other than my gaming to be done on remote systems, right? Because there's a lot of data security and stuff there that I don't want to deal with. I certainly don't want to be giving NVIDIA access to just everything that I work on my personal computer. But specifically for gaming, I'm totally down. Because using NVIDIA GeForce Now doesn't give them access to my PC, it gives me access to their PC. Right? I'm receiving a video stream of what's going on their computer, not the other way around. The only thing they need from me is inputs. Now, I don't know what other information NVIDIA GeForce Now might glean. I didn't read the terms of service. I don't ever do that. I don't care. So there's, you know, potential that they're stealing some sort of information from me. But there isn't a ton of need for them to be able to do that. So if they are stealing lots of information from me, then it's a pretty huge overreach. And at some point, some sort of legal action would be taken against them for that. By somebody much smarter and much more in the know than me. And then it'll stop. So. Ain't that worried about it. Now we got a nutcracker and 6 bears going on. I actually need to go back to fishing. Do we have another surge of fish going on? Yes, we do. Let's go buy some bait. We'll get some more fishes. Now that I got bears to feed. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed, and there ain't nothing in this world for free. There ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. What kind of bait do I want? It is Flapperdoodle. The person's name is Flapperdoodle. Dig it. Flapperdoodle caught a fish. Get him, Flapperdoodle. That is an itty bitty little northern pike. Boop. Boop. The great northern pike. Oh shoot, I'm freezing. Hang on. I gotta let you go, northern pike, because I'm gonna die. Come on. Do I have any stew? I do not have any stew. I am an idiot. Run way back to my base. Go get more steps. I don't even know if I have any stews. I think there's some in this other thingamabob over here. Don't talk to me. No one's human chat. Let's go see. Sorry. Talking on Discord. There ain't no rest for the wicked till we close our eyes for good. Ooh, largemouth bass. I don't know what a black bass is. I don't know if all bass are just called largemouth black bass, or all largemouth bass are called largemouth black bass. There's a bunch of different kinds of largemouth bass. Catching some fishies, catching some fishies. Hey, turn purple. This visual effect is very New World, in my opinion. It looks a lot like the Azoth effect in New World. It is just a little bit too bright and shiny for me. Like, it's really cool, but it kind of inhibits your ability to see into the water and see the fish swimming around, which I really like. So I wish that maybe they toned it down just a little bit. But he obviously put a whole lot of work into it. Looks really good. I like the way it ripples out, very much like a wave ripples out. I like the little sparky bits flying off. I really like, and I wish that maybe this was the only effect, but this little purple haze above the water that kind of looks like purple smoke coming out of the water. Really like that. So maybe if the effect on top of the water was a little different and that smoke effect was a little more noticeable so that I could see through a little better and actually see the fish down there swimming, I think that'd be pretty cool. Because I really do like that hazy effect over the top. Oh shoot. An electric eel. Can't believe I got one this season. I'm supposed to be able to. I want to see what kind it is. Ooh, yeah. 1-1, baby. Yeah, I had heard people saying that they were getting them, but it had been happening infrequently enough that I thought maybe that was all malarkey. But I guess not, because here we are. Pure white black bass. He's all albino. He's got the red eyes and everything. Crazy. Creepy little bastard. Alright. I'm gonna be spending like the rest of my life fishing. Because of these stupid bears. I should have never decided to try and raise 6 bears all at the same time. What a horrible freaking idea. Look at that big old pack. Look at them. It's kind of up in the mountain. Yeah. It's that one. Of course. Ooh, it's a record bass. Hey, that one looks pretty huge. It's ginormous. Getting another pure white one. The red-eyed albino. Oh, thanks. Y'all probably just put a bunch in my... I've got plenty of availability for making structures in my base, since I don't actually ever build a base. You just plunk a bunch of stuff down. This is probably what I'm going to be doing for the next hour and a half, or until everybody decides that they want to do the thermal tower. So, for those of you who find fishing boring, you know, I don't want you sticking around thinking that maybe I'm going to do something more exciting soon. I don't know when we're going to do the thermal tower, and this is just what I'm going to do otherwise. Because I need to get a bunch of fishies from my bears. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured, Loki. That's what I figured. You get like a week if they're in the refrigerator, though, yeah? I really like the new fishing system. I think it's very good. I really like being able to keep my eye on my fish. That's why I dislike its effect so much. While it's cool, it just gets in the way. Like, I love watching the little fishies swim around in there. How come nobody's biting my bait? Eat it. Eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Don't you want to freaking eat it? It doesn't matter who's wrong or right, just eat it. Close my eyes and I can see the world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, it feels like home. Greatest Showman, also another wonderful musical. I would love to see that, like, as a live performance. I think that'd be super dope. The movie was great. There's just nothing better than some live theater. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. Something that I really wanted to do a few years back was, I don't know if you all ever did this. I don't know how many of you all were into theater when you were younger, but a common thing to do is like a Shakespeare in the Park type thing, where you get different people doing different bits of different Shakespeare plays, monologues, individual scenes, entire productions. But because Shakespeare wrote plays in a time when sets were relatively sparse, and um, a lot of his plays are designed to be able to be moved from place to place and do more of a traveling production than a static production or a stationary production. You can get away with just having a few props and then just sort of make believing everything else. And so theater groups often get together in parks to do bits of Shakespeare's plays. And then you just kind of walk around the park and there will be people reciting monologues or doing scenes or whatever. You can stop and watch whatever it is you want. What the heck? But I thought it'd be really cool if you did something like that in a VR space, right? You set up a park in VR, and then people put on their headsets or even, use their computers at home if they aren't necessarily able to own a VR headset. But then you hook up all the actors and actresses to motion capture, because motion capture is getting really good nowadays with relatively limited equipment. So you only need a few points of contact or a few points of focus for a motion capture to be able to identify most of what you're doing, thanks to AI being able to figure out sort of what the most likely motion that you're making when you make certain movements with certain parts of your body. So I thought it'd be really cool if, people from all over the world would be doing little monologues and stuff like that in this sort of VR park. And you could have, different high school groups and, different individuals and all kinds of stuff just doing this sort of perpetual Shakespeare in the park. And it would all be done live, even if it was done over the computer. I guess maybe like the VR chat program would kind of be the closest thing to that now, where you could do that if you wanted to, right? You could go into a VR chat lobby, just stand in some obscure corner and recite monologues from Shakespeare plays or something. But on a grander scale, I think it would be a lot of fun. And, with inviting people specifically to come and watch those things. I don't know. I accidentally reeled that up. And I didn't need to. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, brightest colors fill my head. I'm gonna have that stuck in my head all day. Not necessarily that that's a bad thing. It's a great song. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention. Again. We only have 1 minute left. Hopefully I can get 2 more fishes. Why did it take so long to catch such a small fishy? Really fishy. Bing bong again. Womp womp. Let's go put more fishies in. Wait. And you break your legs real quick in this game. I don't actually think I'm going to put these in a fish tank because these bigger fish take up too much space. You can put a lot of little fish in a fish tank, but you can't really put big fish in a fish tank very well. So I'm going to make another reefer here. B. Yep. I'm pretty sure I get a week. Yeah, 9 days. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We need 600 cold crystal ore. I don't think I have any cold crystal ore. Man, go get some. I got none. Let's go get some cold crystal ore. Since we need some. Best way to do that would be to come right over here. Oops. Wrong one. Take some of these. Just want to see how these work. I'm gonna teleport over here, go out to these icebergs. Go get us some crystal ore. Really? You thought that was a good idea, huh? How quaint. Why can't I let go? Strange. Oh, I understand what that 180 that it spins is. It's doing a stoppie. So when you go back on the back wheel like this, right, it's called a wheelie. You go up on the front wheel like that, it's called a stoppie. But it's doing that and spinning around. I just hadn't been able to notice because it doesn't do it very well. flat ground. Okay, fine. Be that way. And I'm out of gas. Did I get your attention with my random whisper? That's funny. That's funny. Good job, Lilith. You got me. You freaking got me. Can't believe I ran out of gas right there. It's hilarious. I wonder if Lilith is going back to check that periodically to see if anybody saw it. I should maybe go leave another one right next to it. Just for grins. How long do I have? I still got 30 minutes. Nice. It shocks me that nobody built their base out here. Can you maybe not build your base out here? Yeah. It's an unavailable area, it looks like. Because it wouldn't let me use flight mode. Even when I had my base out. Very, very interesting. Alright. Ourselves some hot daggers here. Oh. Okay. What the heck is going on? Guess we're not doing that way. What does this person have to say? Mountains stand distant, cold witnesses. To a world slowly fading as twilight kisses the frozen waters with a final fleeting glow. Well, that was nice. Aslan, also from this world. Yeah. I've only been on for like 7 hours. I mean, I know my last couple of streams have been pretty short. Good morning, Dirk. How are you? Hey, 11 a.m. is still morning. You're still good. Boop. 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 They would have attacked me while I was trying to farm. The stuff's here. Was absolutely necessary. I like how the bears are still standing. Just killed them with fire. Well, I fell into a burning ring of fire. Up and down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burned, burned, burned. The ring of fire. I don't know what to tell you. They gotta die. This happens to be the weapon I have out right now. So they have to die by Molotov cocktail. Well, I'm glad I could help. I mean, the actual imagery of that song is, you know, burning in a circle of hell. So, you know, I mean, polar bears, literal hell. Which one is really worse visual imagery? Mental imagery. Really? That bear attacked my ice crystal. So now I don't even get my freaking ice crystal. What a butt face. Protect the bears, protect the bears. Stupid bear. Hate the bears. That's the most accurate way I've ever heard someone describe waking up. Become acclimated to being awake. I agree. Being awake is the worst. Just let me sleep. Somebody made them and put them in my community chest, TPG. They are a specialization, though. Yes, I was. At least it's really easy for you all to tell when I'm an idiot and muted. Because if you ask a question and I don't answer fairly quickly, then it's because I'm an idiot. I mean, we all already knew you were crazy, TPG. It has nothing to do with thinking you have specializations that you don't. Just saying. What are you trying to say, Darkling? I'm a good streamer, okay? I'm almost always unmuted and talking. Well, it says it wants more of this stuff. But then it says I can't add it. I don't know why you gotta be over there talking smack. You just got here. Okay. Sure. This is fine. Well, thanks to you, Darkling, my life never lacks sass. I do appreciate it. It just happens sometimes because this game is broken. All you have to do is teleport away or try and walk in one direction for a really long time. Oh no. That means there's about a 90% chance something's broken. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Down, 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 and the flames went higher. 99% chance something else is now. Yeah, exactly. All the broken things. What in the holy shit just happened? Game. Figure it out. Come on. What is this? There's like floating boards. That's fine. That's fine. No big deal. The boards float. Who cares, right? How deep is this? It's pretty deep. There's a flower growing in my bed. Is this flower growing in my bed? Or did somebody place this flower in my bed? Negative, Darkling. No purification has happened. Because I gave up on making decisions. I just play the game. No more decision making. Because it makes me sad and depressed. And not want to play. I mean, at this point, unless we get a Chaos Weaver, there's basically no way for us to fail. Our bases have so many defenses. It's kind of silly. Need to put away my cold rock. I can go turn it in later if I need it. Why do I only have 700 suddenly? What the holy hell happened? I don't know. Rewards available. Give a like or a dislike to a whisper message. Exciting. What's going on up here? Do we seriously only have 4 people on right now? We have 6. But this person is not necessarily over here with us. This is actually Smoking Rabbit's daughter. I might have put some in the tower TPG. That might be what happened. I don't really know. We got True Grit, Bigger, Dieting, Stormchild. What do you got? True Grit, Resilience, Meaty, Quality Meat. Quality Meat, Meaty, True Grit, Ferocity. Yeah, I broke out all the bears. Dieting, True Grit, Docile, Acidic Meat. Docile, Thick Hides, True Grit 2. Ferocity 2, True Grit, Resilience. This is like my best bear. And it needs to breed with this bear. So I can try and get True Grit 2 and Ferocity 2 on the same bear. And then I'll have Super Bears. That reminds me, did we research the thing that causes friendly deviants to spawn to assist us? I don't think we have yet, Darkling, but we definitely should. Because you're right, it would be hilarious. Also, if anybody else wants some more S or A tier bears, or really any creatures, I have a bunch. Let's see. I got some A wolves, some more S tier bears. I got some good crocodiles. Let's just go to the transfer thing because it's easier to see them here. But I got a ton of good wolves, and bears, and crocodiles. A couple of good a couple leopards, breeding pair of leopards. Oh, that's too bad. Gotta destroy that house. Let them out. Let them eat. TPG, are you the one that I'm giving this snail to also? Because I think the snail is ready. Yeah, I can trade this snail now. I don't remember who I was supposed to give it to, but I have it. I got so many jellies. Let me tell you. Only fish in a day. What kind of jellies do I got? I think this 4-2 jelly is probably my best jelly. I pulled this one out specifically for somebody. The blobby jelly? Oh, you mean the tar? Or do you mean the jelly bean? Like the Healy jelly? Festering jelly, got it. I don't have any more on this season, but I do have more in my transfer group, I think. Was the only other one I have my pink one? No, yeah, sorry, the only other one I have is pink. Can't have my pink, sorry. I got like a bajillion Digby boys though. Where's TPG at? I wonder if I summon these in your base, are you able to pick them up? Or am I only able to pick them up? Find out. Leopard. Oh, they can only be created within my own territory. Wow. Well, you can have these in 7 days. I did get rid of the hundreds I got from the last season because they were all 1/1s. I didn't want no stupid 1/1 jellies. That was actually 2 seasons ago also. It wasn't even last season. Really wish I remembered who I was supposed to give this stupid snail to. Maybe it was Jay. Yeah, I did not do very much Prismverse, but I only got through like half of that season before I gave up. Stupid Prismverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank goodness they got rid of that garbage where your animals attack you if they're not tame enough. Thank goodness. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What? Why are you feeding my bears gross rotting food? That's fine. They're just gonna eat the fishes. Are you trying to poison my bear's darkling? Why are you trying to poison my bears? Not nice. These bears are meat eaters. Want flesh. Ow. I just kicked my desk. It's not like I can hurt it. Good target practice. Helps me work on controlling recoil, which I'm not terribly good at. Honestly, because it's the thing I'm aiming at, it's probably as safe as it can be. Raw fish eggs. So many turrets. Shoot the enemies in the face. What the fuck is what? What's what? What are we looking at? TPG has a witch's broom? What? What? How do you get a witch's broom? Because Darkwing definitely needs that. So everybody else can know right away when they see her that she's a witch. Everybody can stop being surprised. Where's the kaboom? Thank you, Nuclear. Appreciate it. Appreciate you giving me my boom. Do something more explosive. Okay. That's... thanks. Thanks for that. Why do you need a TP? You broke the zip line with your hideous street light. Oh, TPG. Why you gotta call the poor man's zipline hideous? Just jump off. Somebody's got a truck down there. What truck is that? Is there anything on it? Reaper. Oh, you can give people permissions? Really? Can I give people permission to drive my vehicles? What's this? What's this? Not only no, but hell to the no. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Oh, need standard parts. Oh yeah? What happened? Jay, are you the person that I pulled this snail out for? I can't seem to figure out who I pulled this snail out for. The atomic snail. Somebody wanted one like a week ago. So I pulled it out and I just now got to where I can actually use it. Or trade it. It's no longer linked. Weird. Okay. I'm gonna keep looking for whoever I'm supposed to be giving this thing to. I need some standard parts. Hmm. Might have been Nemanja. Possibly. Build. 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 Craft my vehicle. I'm pretty sure I'm the obstruction. If you weren't able to spawn in because of a flippin' bush, are you serious? Okay, I don't actually think you can give people permission to drive your vehicles. It just seemed like maybe that was a possibility. Ooh, there's a vehicle list here, so we're looking at maybe getting some more vehicles for this particular garage. So I don't think we're always going to be stuck with just the same old vehicles, which is going to be hella dope. Change color. Oh, don't have any colors. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Make a whole bunch of glass for no reason. Alright. We going to try and do this purification in the next 20 or so minutes, or not? Not, then I'm going to call it. But if we are, then I'll wait. Don't you swing that club at me. It's like a bear on you. Tower. Yes. I saw that earlier, Jay. I saw. Stay away from my bears. Trying to Gazuchio me? Gazuchio you. Pew 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 pew. I thought that was a real grenade. Nah. Of course. I ran around quite a while because you said that you had put 2 flamethrower traps as placeholders. So I was looking for your flamethrower traps so that I could delete them so that I could put your turrets down. But there were no flamethrower traps. So I ran around like an idiot looking for them for like, I don't know, 10 minutes. It was pretty hilarious. I mean, it was great. If I hadn't had to run around like an idiot, then it would have only been like 30 seconds worth of stuff. It would have been over. Instead, everybody got to laugh at me for 15 minutes. But you got sandbags everywhere. How am I supposed to know which sandbags are the right sandbags? Making some acid, making some acid. I don't know what you're up to, Darkling. They might, Lothar. I don't know. I'm leaving them, though. I'm leaving them. I don't give a shit if they die. Fuck those bears. Right? Time for a blaze of glory here. Did I actually chew through like 2,000 bullets? Just randomly firing this gun? No, okay. We're not even using the tungsten ammo yet. Friendly. Dum da da dum. Da 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Da dum. Holy cow. Check this out. Hang on. The IK on that, it's honestly pretty good. I can't believe that she'll stand with her leg way up there on that one. And then way down there on this. I hadn't noticed before. But that's crazy good. Her foot is sinking in quite a bit there, but it's kind of on... Oh no. Actually not quite there on this one. Yeah, so the actual connection to the structure is pretty bad. but the overall look, I mean, it looks fairly natural. Standing on two different levels like that, that's really good. I'm kind of impressed. Do other people's characters do it? So it doesn't look like other people. Oh no, you just don't do it on these stairs. Never mind. But the stairs aren't actually stairs, they're kind of a ramp. There we go. Now we've got it. So it only works at really big changes in elevation. Otherwise it does like this. We just kind of stand. Range. Is your character doing it right now? Because I don't see your character doing it. You just fucking shoot me? Is your character doing it right now? Because I don't see it. Yeah, okay, so you only see it for your character, not for everybody else. Interesting. Oh my goodness. Cam is Cam. Oh, I'm such a doofus. The other day when Cam asked if she could be... I didn't realize that those were the same person. I feel like such a bad person now. I didn't put it together. I told them to wait. I didn't mean to do that. God, I'm such a piece of crap sometimes. Whoops. So there's this person in our hive, M2FR or FER, and that's Smoking Rabbit's daughter. And I didn't put it together that the person in the chat sometimes named Cam is probably Cam2FR. And so the other day, Cam asked me if they could come set their base up here. And I told him to wait until I talked to Rabbit to see if they were going to be playing, because I didn't want to give up, you know, Rabbit and Davatron and Crazy Flip's space. I didn't realize who I was talking to, or I would have just told him, yeah, absolutely, come set up. The next day I told him to just go ahead and come set up, but I realized who they were. I would have just told him to come. And now I feel bad, Because I'm an idiot. Yeah, that's a pretty dope broom. Too many people to keep track of. Too many freaking people. Get off of my head. Face. He's standing on my head. Chat, you Reaper. What are you gonna do? Nothing, because you just get shot. I mean, it's not about needing help, it's about giving everybody an opportunity to play and do the content. We have a much greater ability to generate content than most other small groups and solos, so we might as well invite those people over to join us. No, but you're a nice person, Darkling. And also, we want to show off how cool our base is, because we got all this crazy shit going on. Nobody else does. Because we're way cooler than everybody else. I won't take it back. I mean, it's definitely this west side is our most open, the southwest side, but it also doesn't matter because there's a cliff there, so who cares? It'll be fine. There's pretty much no way that we could possibly fail this. If we fail this, I'll buy a face cam. That's a lie. I won't. The few I did, I felt the mobs spawned around the inner ring of houses. I mean, we'll get an opportunity to see for sure right now, so... I'm ready. Make it so, number one. Let's get it started in here. Is there a person named Soggy Taco here? Where's Soggy Taco at? I have a feeling they're not talking about regular tacos. I'm just saying. I have a feeling that's a dirty joke. Ooh. Click a button, click a button. Going over here to defend my side. Y'all can just deal with the rest of it. An invasion will occur in 20 seconds. Oh heavens. Whatever will I do? Something's getting attacked. There's stuff losing health over here. Yeah, they definitely spawned like sort of inside the second, or inside the central area. First area. Well, that's stupid. Now all of this extra crap that we've built is just in the way. Oh, this game pisses me off sometimes. I mean, all that says to me, it looks like Starrow's house is under attack. By a boss, too. Where's the stupid thing that summons the stupid dogs? Is it on the outside? Yep. Oh, and then it just teleports right through the base. Yeah. I'm annoyed. And then I fell in a rock. I always just expect so much more from these systems than they ever actually give. They're always so broken. Why is this enemy totally circumventing everything that we've put in front of it to go actually attack the tower? Like, what even is the point? We've got another boss. People here trying to blow up Sorrow's base. Dude, Sorrows, they hate you. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't care about my base. Let that shit burn. They have such good ideas for mechanics, and they're doing such a good job of trying to be innovative, and then their executions are just absolute dog water. Sorrow's base is getting attacked a lot. Here's a whole bunch of enemies that just don't move. That's cool. Good job, everyone. We lost a little bit of Sorrow's wall here. I don't think anybody's main structures got destroyed at all. I don't know. They attacked Sorrow's and Ski's base, like a lot. Which was weird. I still have all 6 of my bears. Yep. I don't understand why that's the spawn point. Why is the spawn point inside the inner ring of our base? What's the point of having all this room to generate defenses if the enemies spawn on the inside of your base? That's the most asinine thing I've ever heard of. Probably because what if a hive near expands their range? Had to move the community fridge and crate. Oh, okay, cool. I don't care about that. Move that shit wherever you want. Thank you for moving it so it didn't get destroyed. Where's my vault? There it is. Right in front of my face. Sorrow's base took some damage. He lost quite a few walls. But I think that's pretty much it. As far as things getting destroyed, I don't know, did anybody else lose any structures? Your bridge? Okay. I don't see anything broken on your bridge. Oh. You died. Cool. Well, that was a good job. That was fun. I really wish that everything spawned out here. You could spawn so much more stuff if it spawned outside. Really, really good ideas. Really, really bad execution. It took 1% damage. There we go. All fixed. Oh, there's a season reward apparently to repair the thermal tower. I won't ever repair it again. I'll just let somebody else do it from now on. For the season reward. Yeah, that's pretty disappointing. I'd really like to see lots more enemies spawning on the outside there. I mean, you could have hundreds of enemies that way. It's crashing against the walls. You could make way better use of defenses that way. You could make... You know, this is, I mean, literally the worst possible implementation is to have them spawn inside like that. Hey, what's up, Cam? Cam, I just realized you're Cam2FR, aren't you? Like in the game? Or is that not you? Okay, yeah. I'm so sorry. The other day, when you asked if you could join and like set up your base here, I asked you to wait for me to talk to Rabbit. That was only because I wanted to make sure the people in the hive had spaces, and you're in the hive, so you should totally just come over here. I didn't make the connection that you were the same person at all. So I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to... make it seem like you didn't have a spot here. Because you absolutely do. Didn't even occur to me that you were the same person. PewDiePie in an alt account. Lol. A, if you were PewDiePie, I wouldn't even want you in my chat anyway. B, no, you're not. Yeah, no, that's super broken. I don't like it at all. The only place that will still get you inside the radius of the tower are these three locations over here. So, this spot, and this spot out in front of them over here are all locations that you can take that will keep you inside the radius of the tower. There's 3 spots over in this corner over there. There's a road in the way, so you can't actually put your base over there. But any of these 3 outer spots, and just make sure that you have snapping on, so that you'll snap to the bases. I would recommend going out in front of this base right here, because that'll be snapped up against another base, and then you'll only be exposed on 2 sides instead of 1. Although it doesn't really matter, because everything just spawns, like, in the middle of the bases. So I don't really know. I don't even really know how things work over here anymore. But yeah, if you want to be inside the zone of the thermal tower, one of these 3 areas over here is your best bet. If you need any resources for helping build up your defenses or anything, take whatever you want out of the thermal tower. You do need to go request permission. Even though we're in a hive together, you're not automatically given permissions here. You have to request them. So if you go up to the terminal and request permissions, then I'll give you permissions on here too. So you can put stuff in and take stuff out of the thermal tower whenever you want. And then there's a chest and a refrigerator up here nearby base where people are putting stuff just for the hive. So if there's anything, you know, any foods in there that you want or any, we've got like some portable heaters and some portable coolers and stuff like that. If you need any of those, they're all in those chests. And you're welcome to whatever. I think that's probably going to be it for me for today for crafting, or for crafting. Jeez. That's probably going to be it for me for today for streaming. So thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks for getting that purification done. That was kind of fun. I wish it would have gone more interestingly, but maybe in the future we'll get some better ones as we level up our tower. Maybe we'll end up with like some more enemies or something like that. I don't know. There's always hope. So we'll be back at the regular time tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. So thanks again, and I hope you all have a great day. See you tomorrow. Let's open this box first. Headshot, crit amplifier, enhancement. Okay, so it's just 3 mods. Nice.